Good morning, everybody. You are all welcome back to our Citizens' Assembly on Biodiversity Loss. Thank you, everyone, for foregoing your sleep in of a Sunday morning, if that's something that you usually enjoy. And I hope you enjoyed yesterday. I certainly did, and I think from the conversations that we had yesterday evening, it seemed like a very fruitful day. So we're opening today with our plenary session, which is questions from the Assembly based on items that were discussed yesterday but that we didn't get to address. So I have a full spreadsheet that I've colour-coded in a way that only I can understand now. And I'm happy to go through some of those, but I also, I'm happy to throw it to the floor, so maybe we'll try a mismatch of the two. But I think, first of all, there's a couple of questions based on, what can the impact of this Assembly be? And I wanted to just kind of go through that maybe just for a moment to say that we might be very familiar with the referendum on marriage equality that came out of that Citizens' Assembly, the referendum on the Eighth Amendment that came out from that Citizens' Assembly. When there isn't a referendum, it's kind of hard to know what happens from a Citizens' Assembly. So with the climate action one, the recommendations that they sent to government were brought to a specific Oireachtas committee that was set up. So there was a climate Oireachtas committee, which is joint party. And part of that was to strengthen the powers of the Climate Council. So that was one of the things that they did. And then out of the Oireachtas committee, looking at the recommendations from that Citizens' Assembly, that came to be the Climate Action Plan. And that came to be the Act, the Climate Act that was passed by government last year. So it takes a little bit of time. That was a few years, but that's where it came to. So that was tangible results from the Climate Citizens' Assembly. Last year, there was a Citizens' Assembly on gender equality. And their recommendations were brought to government, and again, they were brought to a specially set up Oireachtas Committee on Gender Equality, which was chaired by Ivana Bacik. They took all of the recommendations brought to them by that Citizens' Assembly and responded to them in a report that was only released in July. And as part of that, there will likely be a referendum next year on the constitution of the woman in the home. So that's the type of impact this Citizens' Assembly can have. The report that we make and create based on the recommendations that you will come up with, that report will be brought to government, and they have promised that they will respond to that. Now, you might like as an Assembly to say, well, we think there should be a special Oireachtas committee set up, and you might want to put that in as part of the recommendations. So this is all kind of up for grabs, but that's to tell you this is generally what has happened with the recent Citizens' Assemblies. So I certainly hope that it won't get ignored, but the government have promised to respond to it, and they would probably respond to it in the way that the gender one most recently was. There would be a report, and then it keeps going through the processes, and we would hope that there might be legislation, there may even be a referendum. So there is potential for this to have great impact. So I hope that assuages some of those queries and fears, because nobody wants to give up all this time if it's not actually going to mean something. So that's kind of one question that I wanted to address. And there's a second question that I actually just wanted to bring to Art, and I bring it to Art because Art is a Secretary General who has knowledge of how government works. And that question was, would it be better if there was just a biodiversity department set up with a minister in charge for it? That's two separate questions that I saw on the spreadsheet from yesterday. So Art, can I throw that one to you, please?
Thank you. Early in the morning, hospital pass, Yes, indeed. So the politics of this is, on the face of it, very simple, but technically it's quite difficult. The Constitution says that there can only be 15 ministers in the government. So there's a cap on the number of ministers that we can have. So if this group decides that there should be a minister with specific responsibility for biodiversity, then we're going to have to take away a minister for something else. So maybe we don't need a minister for health, or there has to be a minister for finance. That's it. But these are decisions that are made. Currently, responsibility for biodiversity rests with a Minister of State in the Department of Housing. It's Malcolm Noonan, and he's also responsible for electoral reform and a couple of other things as well. So I think we will have the opportunity to discuss it at some point over the next couple of months about where responsibility within government should lie for biodiversity. But you should be aware that the creation of a single department with a single minister with no responsibility for anything else is going to be quite difficult.
Thank you, Art. Now, I don't want to be guiding the whole thing or leading the whole thing, but I'm going to maybe prompt the first question because it was one of the ones that came from the very first session yesterday. And if Chris is on table 10, and if he remembers what, Chris, you had something about, is there a possibility that despite biodiversity loss and climate change, the Earth might actually adapt? Is that how you had it phrased? Can we get a microphone to table 10, please? And our EAG can warm up with how to answer that one.
Hi there. It's early morning. I'm just trying to think about yesterday. Sorry. My name is Chris, and okay, the question. Is there a chance that despite biodiversity loss and climate change, that the Earth will adapt? You know what I mean? That, you know, we were talking about, you know, the ice age, and it's kind of the Healy Ray theory on it, you know what I mean? That, you know, if we do nothing, will we still survive? You know what I mean? That idea.
Thanks, Chris. I just think it's an important one to start the day off with, because there's no point in us considering all of this if the Earth will actually be fine. So I'd like to throw that to our experts, please. Jenny?
Yeah, thank you for the excellent question, Chris. So one way of answering that would be to look back in the past. And in the deep geological past, we have events called mass extinctions. And we know that when the Earth undergoes, you know, really profound change, like we are undergoing now with climate change and pollution and, you know, all the events you've heard about yesterday, that a number of species go extinct, but some survive. So some species like these extreme conditions, like humans, for example. But what we can learn is that the pace of environmental change in the past was much slower, and species can adapt. The Earth can adapt if given enough time. But the problem today is that the pace of environmental change is really, it doesn't have any parallel with the past. So some species will survive, but it's going to put others under extreme pressure. So this is why we can't be complacent. We can't rely on that idea that everything will be okay. Everything will be okay in 1 million years, but, you know, how many species do we want to wipe out in the interim?
Thanks, Jenny. A nice sobering thought for the morning. Now, I think it's best to throw this to the floor, and I'll try and keep a track on the spreadsheet of things. Oh, sorry.
Just going to add to that as well. I think the big question on this one is will humans survive? And I think that's the question that we have to answer here. And under the potential events that have happened in the past that Jenny has referred to in terms of catastrophic events and the big extinction events, you know, it's been the main dominant species on the planet that have not survived, like the dinosaurs, for example. And in the past, it's been natural events or external events not caused by the species themselves, so they've had no control over it. The big difference in this situation is that this event is being caused by a species who's the dominant force and species on Earth at the moment, and supposedly an intelligent species. And it'd be absolutely insane of a species if they caused their own extinction, which is essentially the path we're on at the moment.
James, thank you.
No, but I think it's very important that we set that at the very start. You know, this is what we're dealing with here. You know, and when we hear people saying, "Oh, the Earth has always evolved," you know, of course it has, and it will always evolve. So that's 100% right. So it is. But I think the question for us as a species is, will we survive that? Yeah.
Now, Isn't that lovely? So I think now we'll throw it to the floor. If there are burning questions that I feel we're leaving out, I'll jump in. But otherwise, I'm going to hand it over to the tables. So if you want to start questions to the EAG, if you'd like to just put up your hand, I'll keep a note of the tables again, or Art will. So we've Anne on table 13, who were so quiet yesterday, so I'm going to get them in early now.
Right, thank you. I want to ask the panel about soil and the environmental assessment of soil, especially related to biodiversity of soil microorganisms, bacteria, fungi, and whatever. Will this aspect be discussed and investigated at the Assembly?
Thank you, Anne. James?
Yeah, I think this is key to our food production systems in general, so I hope that maybe will come up within our agriculture section in some form. Essentially, the soil is the medium or the foundation of our whole plant terrestrial systems. And a lot of the key species within that soil ecosystem are the unseen microbes. Instead of us standing on the shoulders of giants, essentially we're standing on the shoulders of microorganisms. And all the energy that's captured from the sun by photosynthesis goes through and is transformed into organic matter in the various bodies of plants and animals and microbes. But all of that is eventually cycled through in the terrestrial ecosystems through the soil, and it's mainly the fungi, the microorganisms that cycle all that organic matter and convert it into usable forms for plants to grow again. So without the microbes, without functioning soil, without quality soil, the system essentially collapses. And I think because it is unseen, we've only been looking at this since basically the invention of microscopes by physicists over the last 200 years. We haven't seen that, it's been unseen. So in terms of a science, it's in terms of ecology, it's something that we don't know an awful lot about. There needs to be a real step up in our understanding of soils and how they function. But we do know enough to say that the microbes, the fungi, the soil is the foundations on which we all exist as a species.
Michal, would you like to come in as Soils Director?
It's a very important question, and from a European perspective, soil is certainly on the agenda. There have been attempts by the European Commission to actually have a directive that would actually require greater care for soils, because there's different elements to that debate. There's contaminated soils, but there's obviously the soils that we actually have as basically the underpinning for agriculture. So I would expect, in the context of the new Green Deal, that agenda, that there will be a lot more focus on issues such as the quality, the health of soils. There are a number of initiatives out of that European Green Deal to reduce the use of pesticides, for example, to reduce the use of fertilizers, because you have to understand what are the critical pressures in relation to the health of soils. So certainly I think it would be worth your while to have that perspective as well, and to be aware that there are debates taking place at the broader European level where soil is increasingly recognised as an area, policy area, that needs more attention.
Thank you, Michal, and thank you for that question, Anne. And it will certainly be part of the next weekend's discussion, where we will be focusing on agriculture. So you can ask the more difficult questions then when we have more people to speak about it. So we had David from Table 6 next. If we can get the microphone to David.
Thanks very much. My question is really about the value of behavioural change to people, because you're asking people to change behaviour. So my question is really about the power play between corporations and the environmental lobby. So corporations invest a lot of time and money in working out our consumer behaviour and controlling the way we live. And this seems to be, there's lots of potential here for changing people's behaviour. Now, the environmentalists don't seem to be particularly empowered in many, many ways. And this looks to me like a golden opportunity for corporations to strong-arm the environmentalists into behavioural change which restrict our rights and freedoms and may not end up in much environmental benefit. It may just end up looking like lockdown planet with carbon tax. You know, so how do we, what mechanisms are in place to defend the citizen against, or just estimate the value of the the population behaviour that's being required against the benefit to the actual environment. And it seems to me that the environmentalists are in a very weak position here. So the kind of thing I'd love to see is fast-track constitutional challenges with actual judges who know what they're talking about and know what they're empowered to deal with things. So my question is, how do we value the actual environmental benefit as opposed to the restrictions and the changed behaviours of the ordinary people? You've seen it with farmers in the past, you know. So that's really where I'm coming from.
Thank you, David. I think that's $1 million question. I think if we can solve that one, we'll have aced it. I'll throw to Mary and Micheál.
Yeah, you start.
Somewhat hospital pass going on there, it feels like. There are several points there, I think. I think partially it's about the power imbalance that you're saying, and about the individuals, the NGOs, but also the public authorities, and like ensuring everybody has appropriate information. They have access to information, that there's good science being done, that it's being shared as well. And that links into the environmental assessments, which is part of the system already, but also that being shared with people, and that relates into what I mentioned yesterday about Aarhus rights, and Karen Dubsky mentioned about a potential Aarhus Centre. So you have an individual right for access to information, and that underpins everything. And then there's rights to access to justice. Those rights can be strengthened. That is something that can also be considered. And sorry, the third one is public participation. As I said, this is something you're doing right now, but it is embedded more generally as well within the system. All three of those can be strengthened, and something like an Aarhus Centre could gather together information and share it. That's done in numerous countries around the world. It's part of the Aarhus Convention. It's something that they support. You mentioned judges knowing stuff about environmental law. That is a very dangerous thing for me to talk about, since I'm from a legal education background.
I can say it.
Environmental law is a relatively new area of specialty, so everybody's learning about environmental law gradually as it develops. An environmental court is something that has been mooted numerous times, and it is also an option. So some countries have developed it. I think it might possibly end up being discussed later on in the Assembly as well. But that could be something where you have a specialist court that deals with it. We actually, if you think about corporate law and the links with environment, we already kind of have a fast-tracked system for that before the courts, not for constitutional challenges, but for justice in relation to it, because it links into the commercial courts. So it goes through the commercial courts faster, but the legal system is so slow and so expensive. So they are things that you can definitely think about. I think that's probably enough for me for the moment. Micheál?
And just before Micheál comes in there, this is probably a good time, David, to mention the submissions that have come in. There's a couple of law groups who have submitted already, and actually one of their recommendations was an environmental court. So it might be worth having a read through those, because it might come up with ideas that are, you know, aligning with your own, and you can see then what the other members think of that. Sorry, Micheál.
There are two Micheáls here, so, but okay, it's a very good question. You may recall yesterday in my presentation I mentioned Rachel Carson and Silent Spring, which was a really critical publication in the early 60s about the damage that chemicals that were being used principally for agriculture were causing to nature and a risk to human health. Now, she was attacked by the chemical industry, so that there were, from then and up to now, there are obviously huge lobbies in the climate debate, and obviously they are relevant to the biodiversity debate, that would not want business to be interfered with. But I don't think we should underestimate the power of civil society in this. I mean, a number of years ago in the EU, I was involved in coordinating an evaluation of the nature directives, which partly would have been triggered by a perception of certain interests that they were causing a nuisance, that these environmental laws were slowing down business, they were too cumbersome and so forth. And the environmental NGOs, once they got wind that this presented a risk to the integrity and the strength of this legislation, they launched the biggest campaign ever in terms of a public expression of concern that the EU ever had. 550,000 citizens voiced their concern in this. And that was a defining moment in a debate, showing that there was a huge constituency in relation to the fact that this matters. So the debate here also shows that it matters. But I would say there are a number of critical things that you need to bear in mind in any debate, because there will be different perspectives. Firstly, you have to have good evidence. You have to have good science to say what really is happening. So if, for example, agriculture, certain practices in agriculture are causing damage to nature, if there's evidence to show that, that has to be upfront in the debate, so that we don't actually end up in kind of futile conflicts without having the science and the evidence to inform that. Another critical factor that I would say you should really argue very, very strongly for is transparency of processes. The more you have in the public domain transparent processes, the better it is for everybody, including those who disagree with you. So when we deal with these laws and implementation and nature, it has to be as transparent as possible what is happening, how it's happening, why things aren't happening, so then there can be public accountability. So I would say you should argue for greater transparency, and the more transparent, the harder it is to actually have behind the scenes activities that are not in the spirit of what we're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Micheál. Thanks, David, for that. Emma, your hand was up on table 11.
Hiya, Emma. Yesterday we spoke a little bit about trying to reverse some of the biodiversity loss that we are experiencing at the moment, and we also spoke about the functioning of ecosystems at the same time. With that in mind, should community composition be the measure by which we see if biodiversity is recovering, or do you believe that a standard biodiversity metric is sufficient going forward?
Thank you, Emma.
I can say so. God.
Jenny, James?
Yeah. It's just there's no one single metric that can measure something so complex, and we do a lot of work on biodiversity metrics, and even there's no one metric. So across the different taxonomic groups that we see. So what we're looking towards now is we can do things like rapid assessments of ecosystem quality and define an ecosystem quality in terms of its functioning. And in terms of its functioning, then that can be its functioning in terms of preserving the ecosystem services that we as humans need, but also its functioning in terms of providing the space for other species in which we're all dependent on as a community on the earth itself, you know. So there's a lot of work going on this, a lot of science is advancing on it, but I think the easiest way in terms of communication with the public would be is if we had, for each of the ecosystems we have, say grasslands, croplands, peatlands, woodlands, urban environment, we define as a society the type of quality that we want in terms of our needs as a species, but also the needs of other species. And when that's defined, then we have a vision for what we want to achieve. And then as scientists, we measure that using very translatable science that the public understand as well in terms of specific metrics. So we're working towards this. We're actually applying some of these into what we term these results-based payments for farmers and agri-environmental schemes. So we try and translate all this complexity into a simple field scoring system based on a number of metrics, and the higher the points the quality of the field is in, the more payments you can get towards it, try to link it into value systems. So there's a lot of work on this, but the one thing that we have learned is that there isn't one silver bullet of one single metric, and it will be multiple things, and a lot of it will come back to what we define as a society as good, essentially.
And I would add to that that because there's not a single metric and it's complex, it means you need people on the ground all the time. So the value of places like the National Biodiversity Data Centre and National Parks and Wildlife Service, the people are actually out there observing, gathering data. So much data, imagine it from all over the whole of Ireland over every season, every year, and you need that evidence and science, and that needs funding.
Thank you, Jenny and James and Emma. Hillary's at table 6, and I will come back to you, Hilary. I'm just going to try and make sure we've got another diversity of voices just up from other tables. So actually table 7 first, and then I'll come to you, David, on table 4.
Hi, my name is Tommy. Our table had a question, I suppose more back to basics, but just in terms of what measures or incentives are currently in place that are specifically, I suppose, driven to help biodiversity loss across all of the sectors. Obviously, there's plans to do it, protecting upland, peatlands and all that, but can you give us an example of other incentives, I suppose, that are currently in place?
Yeah.
It's James.
Yeah. There, in terms of sectors, in terms of incentives to protect biodiversity, there isn't an awful lot in many sectors. We have some in the Common Agricultural Policy in terms of the agriculture sector, in terms of our agri-environmental schemes that are set to actually put incentives in place to protect the environment in general in terms of climate, water and biodiversity. So also there's opportunities within business for eco-labels, for example, and better understanding among the consumer of what is the impact of the particular product on the ecosystem, and maybe having a higher price for that product, and that value then being returned to the primary producer. But they're not very well developed at the moment, particularly in terms of biodiversity. So the main ways we have to manage this is we have the basic regulation, which is the laws that basically industry and sectors have to adhere to. So you can actually incentivize behavioural change through the basic regulation, like the control mechanisms that was talked about yesterday. Then we have the taxation system. Within the taxation system on climate, we have the carbon taxes, which is essentially supposed to be inform a carrot and a stick, that you have basically raised the revenue through the carbon tax to disincentivize activities that you don't want to happen. But that carbon tax then should be ring-fenced to go back into activities that should be promoting the carbon sequestration and value on that side. Now, some of the carbon tax in Ireland, for example, is going into the funding of the agri-environmental schemes for climate action on farms, and co-funding the money that's coming from Europe. So we're seeing some of that already. But then the other is basically using our public pot of general finances to go back in, as well as using some private money. So these are not very well developed at the moment. We have some mechanisms in terms of public policy. Most of the public money, 33% of it, or over a third of it, goes to agriculture from the European budget, and that's to pay for these associated public goods that agriculture potentially can provide, as well as actually paying for some of the regulations that farmers have to adhere to in terms of environmental law. But it's been developed since the early 90s, but it's not there yet by any stretch of the imagination, I would think, unless anyone else wants to comment.
It's a really important question. Incentivization to a significant extent means where the investment funding opportunities are. And it's a constant debate at the European level when it comes to nature policy as to where we can support funding, and many different EU funds do provide opportunities for investment in nature. I hope that Andy Bleasdale will say something about the Life Fund, which is a very, very strategically useful fund to have these catalytic projects that can actually lead to greater things, and there are some very good examples in Ireland. As James said, the big fund is the agricultural fund, and you have to see that not only in terms of the agri-environment possibilities to pay farmers for doing environment and now climate services, but also how the bigger fund, the single farm payment, how that is used in a way that actually is environmentally supportive. And there are provisions now under that bigger part of the agricultural budget. So for a huge part of the land, that is the key mechanism that supports. There is also some funding in the context of fisheries and maritime policy to help fishers to carry out ways in more sustainable, less damaging in terms of the type of equipment that they use and the methods that they use. There are research budgets that are actually trying to promote cooperation on biodiversity and other elements under the European research programs. So public funding is critical to the debate in relation to supporting biodiversity conservation. But James has said, also in the private sector, corporate social responsibility. Again, going back to this idea of transparency, that corporations who use nature, because many corporations, businesses depend upon nature to actually, for their practices. So the extractive industries, the whole food industry. So as part of corporate social responsibility, I think we need to be more incentivizing them to not only avoid damage to biodiversity, but to actually contribute to biodiversity objectives. And I think that's something that should be looked at more. But it is primarily public funding and seen as a public good.
I'll just add a small little bit in, hopefully, just to note, part of the reason for the agriculture is the substantial size of agricultural land on the island. So we're talking about, I think it's 70% or something like that for the agricultural land on the island, of land on the island is used for agriculture. So that's a large reason why there's so much funding and focus on that, because they are basically the main opportunity also to help promote biodiversity. I don't know the specifics of the funds and when they were exactly available, but we've had more generally funds previously to plant trees, not necessarily always native trees is an issue that would arise and whether it's suitable or not, but we've had incentives for that. In planning conditions, it can be seen as a sort of command control, or it can be seen as an incentive, but there would be links into local development and doing sustainable elements and biodiversity, so you can have aspects put in that are quasi-incentives there. And then the research projects, the money for undertaking pure research, but also management, for going and doing management at the same time as research. There are a lot of projects that are undertaken on biodiversity sites, on protected sites around the island where these are done. But what you're getting the sense of from the three of us speaking here is that it, other than under the agricultural sort of focus point, it is quite piecemeal. It's quite sort of scattered, and it can be difficult to identify the relevant funds and what they can be used for. So there is funding there. It's just hard to get to grips with sometimes.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for that. David on table 4, and then I'll go to Hilary on table 6, and then I'll ask more hands after that.
How are you doing? Question from our table that we keep coming back to is, in your opinion and in your experiences, is there enough legislation in place already? And the problem or the issue that we're having is that there's no cohesion, there's no policy, there's no direction, there's no enforcement. Is that where, in your opinion, the issue is coming from? Or should we be looking at additional legislation as well? Thank you.
How blunt an answer am I allowed to give? Okay, so firstly, I'll qualify your question a little bit and go, it's not that there isn't any implementation or any enforcement, it's just that there are flaws throughout it. But there are flaws with the existing system, but as an environmental governance legal sort of person, I would also like to see potentially changes to the actual law, changes to the actual policy. And that could be something like, I was mentioning, an overarching general law, which gives a bit of, it helps with the coherence. So you have overarching objectives and principles that are a bit more ambitious than within the EU level at this stage, just a bit updated and drive it. Or it could be thinking about environmental rights or rights of nature or access to nature as well, but that needs to be very well considered to make sure we don't do more harm. There isn't a perfect solution with legislation, though. You need to have good legislation. It needs to be, as I was saying, it needs to be ambitious, well designed, well supported, and coherent, all of those things. But the well supported includes the implementation, the enforcement, the political will behind it. and then there's everything that goes alongside the law as well. It's essentially up to you guys to think about what you would like to do. My opinion is I'd like a little bit more law. I'd like the law done better, and then I'd like a lot of other stuff alongside the law, because the law should generally be last resort.
Okay, thanks for that, Mary. James, yeah?
Yeah, just in relation to this, our interactions with the environment are quite complex. Our understanding of it is only at the tip of the iceberg. And it's one of the things that we as scientists need to be very open-minded about this. As we gain new knowledge, our opinions should change and do change. And then as you gain more and you understand more, but by definition, the law has to change to keep pace with that. So it's not that we will never, it's not that we need more legislation, it's that we need better legislation, and it needs to keep pace with the knowledge base and the advancements in science, advancements in society, and our collective knowledge as a society as a whole. So there will always be a need to check and recheck and improve our policies as our understanding improves. So, but it's more, not about more, but it's about better. And in particular with this, we see that the ways our laws are designed at the moment, it's very much, there's this sector here, there's this piece of legislation here, there's water here, there's biodiversity here, there's agriculture here, there's industry, there's corporations, it's all separate pieces. I think you know more about this, but I think in law it's more complex, but we need to move toward more coordinating legislation, particularly on the environment, particularly like the examples of the Water Framework Directive in relation to water, trying to bring all the different piecemeal bits of legislation together. We move towards a framework directive. We need to be, as our knowledge understands, we need to be moving towards them frameworks, the more coordination of the policies overall. So it's not more, it's better, and it always needs to change to keep pace with our understanding. Given, I think that's one thing we need to understand here as a whole. We haven't got much answers at all, really, because as scientists, this is so complex, and we're only at the tip of the iceberg in terms of our understanding. And it'd be very, very bad of us to give the impression that we know what we're talking about in the context of this. We know a certain amount of what we're talking about. I hate the word expert. We're just specialists in particular small fields of this, you know. So you need to be taking your own knowledge, your own understanding, your knowledge for your interactions with society as a whole. Maybe we can point some individuals, but particularly we've asked for an opinion here. This is the way I always give an opinion. None of our opinions are any more valid than any of yours, you know.
Thanks, James. I know Micheál and Micheál want to both come in, so I'll let you both come in first.
Just to say, David, I think it's a great question, and it's one that people in the environmental world talk about a lot as well. And maybe Andy Bleasdale might talk about this, and Shirley, who are up, you know, it's a good time to be talking about it this morning straight away from their perspective. But I would say, having worked in various government departments over 40 years and state agencies, that the area of environmental law is weak, and to use the phrase that Mary said, uncoordinated, and also we need better legislation. And one specific observation is the people in Parks and Wildlife, where Andy works, there just isn't enough resource in terms of legal expertise. You're talking again, I used the phrase last night, about something in a kind of offhand way about two men and a dog, you know. But the same applies, frankly. There isn't enough resources in the area of national parks and wildlife to improve and to reform. We have a Wildlife Act that goes back 40 years. It's very difficult for the staff, who are enforcement people in national parks and wildlife, to take successful enforcements. This is their own experience, and they've said this many times, and this was published in the Review of National Parks and Wildlife. And one of the reasons why is because of the way that the laws are written. They do need to be updated and reviewed, the Habitats and Birds Directives, how they were transposed and brought up to date with what we now know, as James said. And the second thing then is, Laura Burke was here yesterday from the EPA, and the EPA do this thing called the Status of the Irish Environment every 4 years. And generally it's a kind of a review of the science, but also a policy statement. And they have come out and said very clearly, for the first time, and the EPA has been there for more than 30 years, we need an overall environmental policy, including a review of legislation. Because, for the very reason that was said by Mary, we have bits and pieces of legislation here and there, but there isn't actually a statement of principles. What are the principles in terms of biodiversity loss and so on, anywhere clear enough that you can then hang your hat on? And the last thing I would say, which definitely will come up again in the conversations, and Mary Dobbs touched on it, this idea of environmental court. There was a question about it earlier on. We don't have sufficient expertise either. One part of it is within parts of my life in terms of legal, expertise to draft legislation or time to do it. The judges, God bless them, have to deal with everything from road offences and spitting all the way to, ecosystems. And so in other countries in Europe and in states in America like Vermont, they have decided that environmental law is a specialised area and should have an environmental court. And so I think that's a topic that we will come back to, and there certainly are submissions on it. So if you were to work on the three things, strengthen the capacity of the main agency, Parks and Wildlife, bring in some overarching legislation with principles, as Mary has said, to bring it together, and thirdly, more expertise in the judiciary, we'd make some progress.
Without good environmental laws, we're lost. The environment really doesn't have a voice except articulated through what laws and standards that we actually subscribe to. I've been involved in this game for 40 years, and I think that the situation for biodiversity would be so much worse. It's not good, but it would be so much worse without things like the Habitats Directive and the other environmental laws that we have. Is it complete, that body of laws that we have? I would argue that we need a restoration law, and that's why the European Commission has put forward this, that we have a purposeful, planned agenda for restoration over the coming decades. So I would see that as a significant gap that needs to be addressed in the context of biodiversity laws. But other than that, I would advise some caution in terms of opening up a Pandora's box about all environmental laws, because that will occupy, and I'm sure people like Mary would be very happy because it will keep them going for the next 10 to 20 years in terms of endless debates. And I really think that we have very good laws, we just need to implement them better and to identify what are the blocks in terms of good delivery of legislation. And we talked about that in terms of resources, capacity, outreach, and also the political support. So I would say, yes, the governance system is critical in this debate. It won't work unless there's a good joined-up governance. And of course, the different pieces of legislation, sometimes different departments are in government are dealing with different environmental directives. So you need to, that's part of governance to make sure. And of course, people, the citizens, need to be better informed as to what the laws are and the rights. So my personal view is that there are very good biodiversity laws out there. There are a few gaps, we talked about soil as well, but that's not the major area of the problem. It's really better implementation of what we've got and supporting mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you, Micheál. And before the room gets petrified that we all have to become legal experts in order to tell them what to do with this is something that the Assembly and the Eighth Amendment also were grappling with. But actually, it's the job of the Assembly to make a recommendation to government to do the framework, perhaps, or to improve the legislation, and you can be specific about it, but you don't have to tell them exactly what it is. It's not the job of the Assembly to come up with the legal definitions of it. So just to keep that in mind, if it's something that the Assembly wants to do and agrees on, you give a suggestion, a recommendation of what the overarching thing is, and then it's up to the Oireachtas, the government, to go and actually do it. So it's not up to the room to come up with the wording on that. So we're going to go to Hilary on table number 6, please.
Hi, thanks. My first, well, it's just two high-level questions, and I guess David's point touched on one of them, which is this implementation issue. I see a huge amount of really passionate people here that, I found yesterday quite emotional, and I could feel emotion from the panel and a level of frustration, and I found that really sad, that, everybody has great intentions. And I do feel the money is there. I'd be aware that there's a lot of funding available for stuff. But this implementation issue, and we're all sitting here talking about biodiversity. But I'm just afraid that, you know, when it comes to the recommendations, and I know, Aoibhinn, you've very clearly explained how the outcome of this will go through, but at the end of the day, is it the political will that's going to make it happen or not? And is that what happens? I mean, are we down to politics here? And if we are, will we see the politicians here? You know, will we see the councillors? Will we see the TDs? Will we see the minister? And understand their real appetite for dealing with this? Because, and it's not just for biodiversity, we see it, it's an Irish thing maybe, I don't know. But like the implementation is it really, you know? Like Micheál, you just mentioned that there is loads of laws there, but you know, why aren't they happening? Like the EPA yesterday said we have the targets, that we're not delivering on them. But why is it? You know, and I'm not expecting you to answer that because I know it's a very high level question, but I really want us all to think, you know, the why of that, you know, and is there anything we can do for it? And one of that on cohesion is I noticed on the what you call the biodiversity plan, the one that's being, yeah. So on the website there, now I couldn't see it, maybe I missed it, but there's a public consultation ongoing there for that. So people are putting submissions in there to that, but there's no mention of the Citizens' Assembly on biodiversity on that website. So there's no joint dots there. They're asking people to submit to that. And the other high-level question, I'll be very brief even, is just, it struck me yesterday in terms of the reasons for the problems and everything else, and it came from Roman's original presentation about the population growth. And we say, and then the EPA are saying the main reasons for climate change are agriculture and building and da-da-da. But if we really think about it, isn't population the biggest single root cause here? And I'm not suggesting we do population control, but we really do need to make sure the population understand their individual responsibility in this whole scheme of things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hilary. There's a lot in there. We'll try and pick that apart. The one thing I just want to tell you there, and it is confusing and maybe a little bit frustrating that the National Biodiversity Action Plan is looking for submissions now, and we're also looking for submissions. Their plan was in train already when the Citizens' Assembly was announced. It's happening in tandem, but the main thing about our Citizens' Assembly is that we are independent. We are not associated with any government body. We are not associated with any government department. Nobody can suggest, would you edge the conversation this way or that way? So we have to be independent. So there is no mention of the Citizens' Assembly as part of the National Biodiversity Action Plan because we are separate from them. But yes, maybe unfortunate we're both looking for submissions at the same time, but the fact that our recommendations will be published first and we hope will then be included in the National Biodiversity Action Plan, hopefully there'll be a crossover in that. Now I'll throw to Art and the EAG to go to some of the other questions, but one thing that I wanted to say to you in terms of political will, we are the voters. And if we say to politicians when they're coming looking at our votes, what are you going to do for the environment? That's when it will become an issue. Until then, they can all ignore it because they don't think anyone else cares. That's from a personal perspective on that. So I do think that's part of our individual responsibility to make sure that if we think it's important, it should be part of the national conversations all the time. Now I'll throw to Art.
Yes, I mean, it's a perennial question, but maybe just on the plan, Andy Bleasdale, who's up later on, he'll be giving us an update on the state of the plan in about 10 minutes' time. So be careful what you wish for. You might just get it, you know. So they always say that when the gods wish to punish us, they answer our prayers, you know. On the issue about whether this is a government priority or not, it's an interesting question. Nobody knows from day to day what is going to be the government priority. I think you can take it that the fact that the government has spent scarce money in gathering 100 people in a room to ask them this question, that they're not just doing this for a laugh. You know, this is a serious business. We have a really, really strong track record in this country on running citizens' assemblies and the government taking action on the basis of the recommendations and the outputs as well. So you can never say anything with any great certainty, but if I was a betting man, then I would say that yes, whatever comes from this group has a better chance than most of reaching government implementation.
Just
Sorry, Micheál 1, Micheál 2.
To respond, if I can respond briefly to Hilary, is it? And you were saying about, you know, feeling a sense of frustration or whatever. There was one slide that Micheál O'Brien presented yesterday, and I think it's worth looking at it again and circulating it and so on, which is what are the drivers, or also what are the blockers to successful implementation. And some of them, I think that just to think about them again, the first one was political support. And my judgment would be that for about 30 years, there has been a lack of political support. Michael D. Higgins, when he was a minister, and some people here worked with him in the mid-1990s, when there was a fair amount of effort in creating of the Heritage Council and Dúchas and some of the structures that are there still in the landscape, there was a strong awareness. He had been to Rio. He was the minister that brought the Convention on Biodiversity to the Dáil, etc., etc. I was working as part of that government as well at the time. So I saw him in action. And genuinely you could see that culture, biodiversity, heritage were high on the agenda. They were not as high on the agenda in the decades that followed for various reasons, and Michael D's vision to some extent was lost. But I think that there is a change in terms of greater environmental awareness for all sorts of reasons now in the public, mainly driven by climate change, in fairness, right? But we have to try and make sure in our conversations that we link climate, biodiversity, water, nature are all inseparable. You can't work on one without the other. And I think that's an opportunity. And politically, there's no doubt about it that the energy behind climate will continue. So the job of this assembly, to my mind, is to make sure that there's 2 or 3 horses together, not just one horse driving that, and that you hitch biodiversity with that together. So politically it's possible. And the other things then that Micheál mentioned in terms of improved resources for parks and wildlife, for sure that's happening, but it needs to continue to happen. And improved governance. We had a question yesterday about our government departments working together. We have a long way to go on that. We need to strengthen those links. So in other words, that one department, going back to the thing about should we have a separate department, I agree with Art's answer, unlikely, but what we definitely have to have is stronger links across government, so that the lead department in biodiversity, which at the moment, as we call it, the Customs House, housing, planning and so on, can't do it on its own. It clearly needs agriculture. They have the biggest budget. It needs a lot of other government departments working with it. So governance, and then on top of that, for sure, information, data, research has been mentioned over and over again. Those elements, to my mind, if they're in place, drive implementation. And I'd be hopeful that if we put a programme together, that they will strengthen implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Micheál. And Micheál, can you respond to that as well, please?
Thank you, Micheál, for referring to the slide I put up yesterday. And I think there's some valid points, because that was based on evidence looking at what works. And it's good. You know, just to say, in the course of my career, I met quite a few politicians. And I never met one that said they were against biodiversity. And no, it's worth bearing that in mind. I don't think that there is a party out there that says we are the anti-biodiversity movement. But they will always say there's more pressing priorities. And that's really what it boils down to, is this is seen to be nice to have, a luxury in good times, and not an essential for underpinning our lives and quality of lives. And, you know, you should bear that in mind, because we're probably heading to a little bit more difficult period this coming winter in the context of the economics, the pressures that people will be under. And this might be seen to be a little bit more esoteric. So part of the challenge is to be able to communicate the significance of the topic and its relevance to people's lives. That would be my first message to reflect on, because I think we really, unless we see this as important, and people would say it's as important as climate change. I was saying to Even maybe yesterday that if climate change is all about a suntan and better weather, I'm all for it, you know, but it's not. It's about its massive disruption of ecosystems and the functioning of Earth and the life support systems that we have. And that's biodiversity. So the two are interconnected. It's the same debate about sustainability. I would say that part of the way forward is, and you know, we have the legislation, it's about how you incentivize people to do the right thing, how we work with farmers. Rather than saying all farmers are bad, no, we say how do we work with farmers to incentivize them to care for nature as part of their stewardship of the land. That's just one example. And I think you need to emphasize the benefits that get, because there's been a whole debate about, you know, we haven't heard anything about natural capital, which is this whole thing about the benefits that nature provides, nature's services, in terms of clean water, in terms of the carbon that's stored, in terms of actually its economic benefits for tourism. You know, big ideas like the Wild Atlantic Way, why isn't that linked in with all these wonderful nature areas that provide a resource for nature and people? So you need to think about it in terms of its value to a sustainable economy. In my view, that's the incentive. And fundamental, I think, is to generate a sense of pride in what we've got. You know, we talk about cultural heritage, but you also need to talk about natural heritage. I mean, I think I said it to a few people. You know, we have the Book of Kells in Trinity. If somebody went into Trinity College tomorrow and started tearing out the pages of the Book of Kells, or went up to Newgrange and bulldozed it or put a bomb underneath it, we would see this as a desecration of our heritage. And yet, raised bogs, which carry 7,000 years of the history of our country, are being destroyed, that are protected. So we have to have this awareness and appreciation of what we've got and its significance, not only for future generations, but for this generation. And I think that has to be part of the debate in terms of education, in terms of awareness and a sense of pride. Because Ireland has great beauty in its natural heritage, and that should be first and foremost in terms of saying we have this wonderful nature and we need to care for it.
Thank you, Micheál. Thank you, Micheál. I think that leaves us in a great place actually to start the next discussion. In one way, I'm apologising because we only got through 7 questions there, but I think they were 7 great questions that spanned an awful lot of the conversations that came out of yesterday, and it was great to have the time to answer them properly. So thank you for the questions to the tables, and please give another thank you to the EAG and to Micheál for answering them so well, and we're just going to take a break before we start into the next session. Any questions unanswered, we will respond to you through the members area on the EAG. Okay, thank you. We're going to try and keep to our time, so if I can ask you to take your seat. So, moving on from our plenary session this morning, I think those conversations have left us in a great place now to start this next section, which is specifically about the national policies and the implementation of those around biodiversity. And it seems to me that it's the implementation that's kind of been emerging as an issue. So I'm delighted to have our two speakers, Andy Bleasdale and Shirley Clerkin, here to tell us more about it. Andy Bleasdale is Principal Officer with the National Parks and Wildlife Service, which we've heard so much about. And so, as our first presenter for today, please give Andy a warm welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Delighted to be here, an absolute privilege to be in your company and to hear the very engaged conversation so far this morning. So hopefully I won't add to your deliberations in terms of complications that I'm about to present to you. I'm a civil servant working for the National Parks and Wildlife Service in the Department of Housing, Heritage and Local Government. And I guess our job is to advise on the policy frame against which governmental decisions are taken in the context of biodiversity. So before I get stuck into the detail of my presentation, I'd like to just explain who I am. So just so you know that I'm a person, not just a machine, not just a civil servant. I'm like one of you, a member of this state, committed to this state and obviously biodiversity within it. So I'm a Clareman. I live in Connemara. I work in the National Parks and Wildlife Service. I'm a botanist by training. I've been working in the National Parks and Wildlife Service since 2000, officially on the books, but before that on contract to them. I'm now one of the 5 directors of the National Parks and Wildlife Service, and I'm part of the NPWS Management Board. That's a vast and onerous responsibility that I take quite seriously. And I guess trying to capture the views of what you're discussing here today in the frame of a national conversation within NPWS, but also then across government. And then behind that, I lead the scientific team within the National Parks and Wildlife Service. Just by way of context, because I know the National Parks and Wildlife Service has been mentioned this morning and obviously over previous discussions that you've had as well, we're in a process of transformation that is both daunting but also exciting. We've prepared a new strategic action plan for the transformation of the service, which will invest more money, more resources, more integration across how we do our business within the frame of the state. So I hope that in the years ahead, while this journey is challenging, we'll also become better fit to enable the state to engage more proactively on biodiversity policy and delivery of protection for biodiversity within the state. So as I've mentioned, I'm one of the directors of the National Parks and Wildlife Service. There are 6 directorates, and I'm just very briefly going to show them to you here. I sit in the top left-hand box there, scientific advice and research, but there's a whole suite of other functions that the service provides in terms of enforcement, nature protection, conservation of nature within sites, delivery of conservation measures, engagement, the corporate support spine behind us, legislation and licensing. Many of those issues you've already touched on in your dialogue this morning. So that's the broad narrative of how we work within the government department I'm in, but also the work that we're doing to transform how we can better do our work in future. I've been asked to talk to you about nature designations in Ireland. So this is a serious and legally underpinned topic, but also gives us the tools, we hope, to actually ensure the protection of both habitats and species within a suite of sites in the state. So under the Habitats Directive, this is, Micheál O'Brien already mentioned that directive this morning. It's a really important directive that preordains the requirement across each of the member states, including Ireland, to select the best sites for protection of a suite of listed habitats and species that are important at European level. In Ireland, we have 59 habitats to protect within our Natura 2000 network within the SACs, the Special Areas of Conservation, and a range of Annex II species on that directive as well. Our job is effectively to ensure, through the designation of those sites, the protection of those habitats and species. So that's grand in theory, but how do we actually do that? And I'll talk a bit more about that in a second. And we're expected to monitor the condition of those habitats and species at national level and report on that condition to the European Commission. We have a similar obligation under the Birds Directive. So you may have heard of the special protection areas that are selected for birds. Our job is even a bit more onerous within the Birds Directive in that all birds require protection. So not just within the SPAs that are selected for them. But basically we're expected to manage and protect and control birds, their eggs and their habitats through the designation of sites, but also through wider protections in the wider countryside. So that is, again, quite a big task. So we have two big directives to deliver, which we've transposed through national law into SACs and SPAs for protection nationally. And these are meant to be our jewels in the crown of things to be protected at national level. What does this look like then in the context of Ireland? If we put a map of Ireland up there, you can see, not very clearly possibly, but you can see colours on the map of both our SACs, of which there are 439, and our SPAs. Vast areas of the landscape of Ireland is protected under the SAC and SPA network. 13.56 or something of that order is designated as either SAC or SPA on land, and also protection at sea as well. More of which to come in due course through further marine protection and designation in the years ahead of both SACs and SPAs. Again, all fine and dandy in theory, but what does that mean for the people who own, use and derive income from those lands? It's important to know that in Ireland we're somewhat different to many other member states in that much of our land in Ireland is privately owned. It's not state-owned land necessarily. Much of our land in Ireland is farmed. I think the statistic of 70% being farmed was mentioned earlier this morning. Of our designated land, 59% of that is farmed. So what we need to do is we need to proactively engage with the users and the owners and the farmers of those lands. Otherwise, designation becomes a paper exercise. We're protecting on paper this land, but unless we engage proactively through partnerships, through incentives, through enforcement with the people who own and use those lands, we're really at nothing. So just some slides of some of the things we're trying to protect: our marine habitats and species, our bogs and peatlands and the species that use them, our coastal sites, our farm sites, again, depending on farmers' engagement with farmers, providing supports and incentives to farmers to manage those lands better. And then our freshwater pearl mussel habitats in wetlands and in rivers, and our woodlands. These are all the things we're trying to protect through the formal legal designation of sites. So what do? We identify our SSCs and our SPAs. We report to the Commission on the condition of those habitats and species at national level in 6-year cycles. We set conservation objectives and targets for the management of those sites, which are important tools in appropriate assessment and ensuring that activities that are taking place on and within or out with but affecting those sites are considered in the context of objectives we have set. Then we engage with other departments and agencies and bodies to provide incentives to support farmers and landowners to manage those sites. And then we try and proactively engage with the EU, but more broadly with stakeholders at national level to impress upon them the importance of this management. We do surveys. I don't think I'll go into much more detail than saying this is a major part of the work that I do within my unit. We are providing the scientific imperative and underpinning to assess the condition of those habitats or the requirements for better management of them in future by dint of the pressures and threats that are ongoing within them. And we provide a whole range of reports up on our website, Irish Wildlife Manuals, describing the conditions, the features, the threats and pressures to those habitats and species within individual sites for that feature across the network, and that's all published on our website. And then we report to the European Commission, as I've mentioned, in 6-year cycles under Article 17 of the Habitats Directive and Article 12 of the Birds Directive. That is a legal obligation that we must do that in those cycles. And again, within that reporting, we're highlighting some pressures and threats to those sites, and that should then prompt an action by the state. And maybe that's the missing link. We, in the scientific side, can continue to monitor and report condition, but if ultimately that condition is going downward over time, which we're finding that it is, what is the state's response? What is the European response to that problem? And I guess that's what you're here to discuss. So we need the data to inform that decision-making process, that understanding, but that should then prompt an action, and maybe that's sometimes the missing link. Again, we publish our information to the Commission on our website for a range of habitats and species under those directives. Okay, what is the news then? If green is good and red is bad, you can see a lot of red on some of those slides. If you look at the pie chart on the top left where we have status for the Habitats Directive habitats, you can see that only 15% in our most recent report to the European Commission in 2019 are in good status. So that's not good. The species, which is in the bottom left-hand corner of that slide, that pie chart, has 57% of our species listed under Annex 2 of the Habitats Directive are in good condition. So the situation is better for species than it is for habitats. So 85% of our habitats are not in good condition. And then what do we do about that? The trends, you can see them there on that slide as well, but I won't go into detail on that in the interest of time. The situation is a bit more complicated for bird species in that you've equal amounts of green and red in terms of population trends for the 209 species we report on over time, both in short term and long term. But that sometimes masks the trends that are happening, say, for farmland birds, for breeding waders, for curlew, which you may have heard of, that are taking nosedives in terms of their population success within Ireland. Not just within Ireland, but across other member states as well. So what do we do for breeding waders? What do we do for farmland birds? What do we do for curlew? How do we provide incentives for improved management of the habitat that those species depend on? That is the challenge. What's driving this? Where are we coming from? Where do we need to go to? These are pressures and threats, but of themselves, agriculture isn't a good or a bad thing. It's just a thing. If it's appropriately directed to support biodiversity, then it's a really good thing. If it's damaging biodiversity, it's a really bad thing. How do we get the porridge right between intensification and land abandonment across a landscape of a network of sites? Really, really challenging. And that brings us back to the partnership and engagement and outreach discussions with the farming organisations, with the Department of Agriculture and with the farmers to provide incentives and sanctions if they don't choose to take up those incentives to protect our sites. Other threats and pressures to our Natura network: development, water pollution, forestry. Again, neither good or bad, but the wrong tree in the wrong place can be damaging to biodiversity. Extraction of resources. Again, neither good or bad, but if it's damaging a Natura 2000 site, our species or habitats, then it is bad. And then the threat of invasive alien species coming at us. So we've set our conservation objectives to inform the management of the features that we select within our Natura 2000 network. These are setting the gold standard for those habitats and species. What is that telling us, though, in terms of the protection of those? It's more an exercise in identification of the things to be considered, but it doesn't provide the means by which we actually protect. And maybe that, again, is the missing link. How do we deliver conservation measures, an appropriate response to threats and pressures across our network? And not just within our network, but in wider biodiversity out with the network as well, in the wider countryside. Challenging. But we've been trying to describe our effort collectively, not just within the National Parks and Wildlife Service, but across government in our National Biodiversity Action Plans. These are really, really important documents that set a cross-governmental ambition for working in partnership for a suite of actions that are identified over phases of those plans. We have had 3 plans to date, all of which have now expired, and we're, as has been mentioned earlier by Art and others, we're in the process of engaging now on our 4th National Biodiversity Action Plan, which is open for public consultation, and that consultation will close at the end of, in early November. We've actually delayed process on the plan, to answer the question that was posed earlier, to ensure that your deliberations are captured and reflected in the final version of the plan that goes out. So we've kind of stalled progress on it to allow you to catch up with us, or for us to align, basically, so that these 2 documents become coherent when they're eventually communicated. What is the vision of this plan? It's broad. It's to value biodiversity, to conserve biodiversity, to restore biodiversity, to sustainably use nature, to maintain the ecosystem services that we all depend upon, and to create a sustainable planet derived from the Ireland's contribution to that. That is challenging, obviously, but there's a whole suite of objectives that are more granular and give us the means to achieve that broad ambition. How do we adopt a whole of government, whole of society approach to biodiversity? Discuss. How do we meet the urgent conservation and restoration needs? Discuss. How do we secure nature's contribution to people? Again, how do we make the link between what nature is and what people need of nature, but also depend upon from nature? How do we link biodiversity protection and conservation with the ambition that is already in situ for climate action? They're 2 sides of the same coin. We need to integrate them and to see that these are dual benefits if we work together and collectively. How do we improve the evidence base to manage and track biodiversity change and loss and improvement? And how do we strengthen Ireland's contribution to the national the European and international biodiversity conversation? In the draft plan that's out for public consultation, we have 162 actions in the plan. And we would very much encourage you, I know you're already busy and committed to doing what you're doing, but for your voices to be captured in telling us what we haven't captured in the plan and to add to that before we actually finally publish. Challenges then. Finally, I'm coming to an end, you'll be glad to hear. There are many challenges. You've already touched on most of them this morning, but there are more besides. How do we have the resources and the capacity within NPWS, within government, across wider society to embrace this challenge going ahead? How do we get coherence and integrate sectoral approaches across government to ensure that we're aligned for biodiversity? A big question. You know, we do with what we do. I, in my department, do what I do. The Department of Agriculture does what it does. But we need to integrate and ensure alignment of policy direction for biodiversity, for climate change, for water management, etc. How do we provide incentives? You've discussed that this morning. And how do we strengthen enforcement through legislation, but also through delivery of the application of that enforcement on the ground? How are we seen to be visible to stop a polluter or a damager, but also providing an incentive for someone who might be considering intensifying, but is provided money or an incentive through a scheme to actually diversify and extensify to support nature and biodiversity? And in doing that, we need to develop partnerships. It cannot depend on the state, unfortunately, or on government within the state. It certainly cannot only depend on National Parks and Wildlife Service. We're only part of a much bigger solution. But if the solution depends on us, I'm afraid we may have a problem. And then to provide policy and guidance to ensure that all understand what is required in the years ahead. And then future policies coming at us as well. Micheál O'Brien mentioned the EU biodiversity policy, our strategy to 2030, and the nature restoration law. So notwithstanding what we have to do now, things are coming at us that we will have to do better in the future in terms of further protection and restoration ambition across the state. The state needs to be set up to deliver on that ambition and to work collectively together through funding, through guidance, and through integration of policy direction in the years ahead. Challenging times, but I hope the flavour of the complicated world in which I live is being shared with you today, and I'd be delighted to hear your feedback later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andy, and it's great to get that overview of the National Parks and Wildlife Service. Now, to follow up, we're delighted to have Shirley Clerkin, who is Heritage Officer with Monaghan County Council, here with us today. And Shirley's going to tell us about her role in looking at how we're implementing and enforcing our biodiversity policies. Thank you, Shirley.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. I'm not as highbrow as all of the previous speakers, and I would say that with all due respect. I'm a heritage officer. I work on the ground in County Monaghan. I work for Monaghan County Council. And there's one of us, or something like me, in every local authority in the country. But there's only one of us in each local authority in the country, and I think that's important to say. We work on, we've got a very large brief. Our brief is to look at cultural, built and natural heritage all as one. So really we're looking at all of those ecosystem services and thinking about them as one together, togetherness, like folding together nature with our culture. So if we're on a bog site, for example, looking at nature, we're also thinking about what archaeology might be there and what the place names might mean. We're also looking at traditional practices at the same time. So you can see we're always trying to weave things together. But the objective is the promotion, the protection of our national heritage at the local level, working with stakeholders, working within our local authorities, and working with people on the ground. And there you can see a lovely picture of us in the sun, before lockdown, might I add, out on a bog, trying to learn best practice. So the types of things we look after there are, in that picture, we go right from the large county surveys, so doing wetland surveys, surveys of disused industrial heritage, for example, like this railway line, so we might be looking at that from the point of view of a greenway in the future. We look at the conservation of buildings and the conservation of monuments, and then also right down to the species level, maybe doing particular types of wetland surveys, for example, fen surveys, hedgerow surveys, all to feed into that baseline data so that we can improve our policy or we can see what's going on in our counties. But we exist in a global place. We exist in this VUCA, as they call it, which is what the world is now, an increasingly volatile, uncertain, increasingly complex and ambiguous world, where it's hard to get a handle on what to do, where these triple whammy, as they're called, the biodiversity crisis, the loss of species, the loss of diversity, the loss of size of our habitats, combines with climate change, and there's this negative feedback loop happening the whole time. And then, of course, we have this pollution and waste problem. And these things are expressed always very globally and nationally, but when it comes to the local level where you live, where I live, where our place, where we live in our local communities, what does that look like? And what does loss of nature look like over time? So we get used to looking at a particular type of landscape over time. We become visually used to it. We become, we don't notice the changes. There may be subtle changes. We look and we see loads of hedgerows everywhere, and we think, oh, sure, it's grand. Sure, what's the problem that the scientists are telling us? I looked out there and I saw loads of hedges in the fields. I saw lots of wetlands on my way here this morning. Sure, there's no problem. But when you get down to brass tacks, there's a huge issue with this progressive deterioration over time that you don't actually notice unless you do these periodic snapshot checks and then look back at your previous data. So I'm going to look at a few everyday habitats here, things you will have that you'll recognise in your own places. So the first one I'm going to look at are hedgerows, which are a living network in themselves, and they link together our habitats in Ireland. So if you think of your body, think of your vascular system, all your blood, your veins, your arteries, linking together your organs. Now, you can't have your organs without your blood supply, and it's the same thing for nature in Ireland. Our hedgerows perform a really important function to link nature together, to provide networks for wildlife, and to improve and protect resilience in our landscape. They are nutrient absorbers, they are important for livestock. They've just got so many amazing functions. And here are some of the hedgerow helpers. So I think when we're thinking about a crisis, which we are in, let's face it, it's easy to get despondent. I've been working in this area for, 30 years nearly, but you get despondent, and it's important to see where the helpers are. And these are some of the helpers. Here's a young man, he's a new surveyor, surveying a really lovely hedge in County Monaghan. And here are two volunteers from a local trust collecting seed from one of the only Irish native whitebeam trees left in County Monaghan. So look for the helpers. But are there enough helpers? And are there enough help for the helpers? These are the questions I think that we're looking at. So I'm going to show you a few maps here. So here we are. This is easy to follow, I hope. So on the left, you can see the map from the turn of the century, as in 1900s. So that's early 1900s. You can see there all of the boundaries. So in this map, you'll have townland boundaries that may have been there since the Bronze Age, in fact, as territorial boundaries. But then you have more local and more recent boundary hedges that were put in probably 150 years ago, maybe 180 years ago. And they perform an important function in Ireland because we have very little woodland cover, just due to our colonial past, and a lot of the woodland's been cut down. So we rely on these long woodlands for a lot of our bird species, our mushrooms, our fungi, our creepers, our creeping woody species. Just lots of functions. On the left-hand side there, you can see lots of hedges bounding the fields. On the right-hand side there, you can see the same area missing lots of hedges. So as well as the hedgerow extent, you're missing hedgerow width and all the functions that those hedges provide. So that's 2005 on the right. Now, here we have 2000 on the left and the most recent map on the right. So you can see again, we've lost all of those small fields running right down to that little wetland and lake there. So they've all been gone through agricultural improvement to make larger fields over time. But that's the kind of gradual loss, baseline shift that I'm talking about, that you don't even realise is kind of happening because it's happening gradually over time. So you don't notice this. So you still think, gosh, there's loads of hedges out there, there's loads of wildlife or whatever, lots of places for bats. But you can see that the loss of those hedges also has an impact on that little lake there, that little wetland, because they were buffering it from the eutrophication, from the pollution that was being put into the fields, or the slurry of the fertilizer, where maybe it's been put on a too dense a level. That's now able to flow into the wetland, which changes the species diversity of that wetland, changes the water. It actually reduces the species diversity over time. So we actually were looking at this problem in County Monaghan, and we did a survey in 2010 of our hedgerows, and we repeated it 10 years ago because, in fact, we were seeing, sorry, I've got a little timer on here to make sure I don't go over time. Okay. So we repeated it because we were getting a lot of complaints about hedges being removed, but we hadn't any EIAs coming in through the Department of Agriculture, which were looking for, saying that fields are being enlarged in size. We don't have a ranger in County Monaghan, a wildlife ranger. We haven't had one for some time. So we've got actually no resources in the county to look at hedges under the Wildlife Act. So we repeated our survey to see, was the anecdotal evidence based on any kind of real scientific truth? So you can see that in 2010, we had about 12,800 kilometres of hedges, which decreased by over 1,000 kilometres by the time we got to 2021. The hedges which were in unfavourable condition, which means they look at the width of them, the species number in them, the structure, whether they've got gappiness, whether they're allowed to grow to a certain height, were they in good condition or not? And that had declined greatly again in 2021, 88% in unfavourable condition. Species richness, which also is an indicator of our biodiversity, had declined to 23%. The type of land or fields that were beside the hedges that we looked at, in 2010, we had 28% semi-natural grassland, which is grassland which has a lot of different species in it, not just ryegrass. So a lot of flowers and knapweed, maybe thistles, different species. That had declined, it had halved by 2021 over those 10 years. And likewise, the grassland which has improved, which means it's mostly ryegrass, had gone up to 64%. So you can see these gradual changes over time, which add up to quite a lot. Likewise, we've been looking at wetlands and peatlands in County Monaghan since 2006, because in 2006, when I started working in the county, we were hearing a lot of anecdotal, again, evidence that places were being infilled. You could see diggers everywhere filling in bogs, and people really didn't give a damn about them. They were just useless places, waste ground, essentially, where you could dump your builder's rubble. So at that stage, we started looking at wetlands. And in 2006, we found that we'd lost 10% between 2000 and 2006, due mainly to the development boom at the time. But things haven't really improved since. And here's a site in Monaghan. So on the left, we've got some nice mosaic habitat of Blanket Bog. On the right, I've got a colleague of mine standing on an area that's been illegally excavated, basically, for peat. And why do wetlands matter? Well, I think you've probably heard about ecosystem services and all of the great things that wetlands do for us. So again, you have to think about this holistic approach, everything working together. So important for wildlife and for ecosystem services, including flood protection, clean water, pollination services. They hold back water, particularly where there's a lot of mosses in times of extreme weather events. So these intense rainfall events that we're going to have more of in the future, wetlands can actually store that water, hold it back, and stop flooding downstream. They improve our water quality, of course, and very important for our cultural heritage as well. Lots of cranogues, lots of buried, old boats and things like that buried in the sediments of these wetlands. They're just a very important place for our heritage. But likewise, what's happening to them in County Monaghan? It's not a good story. So this is a list of 714 wetlands in County Monaghan. We've got more than one for every day of the year. I think that's something to say about Cavan. And there's just wetlands everywhere in the county. The topography lends itself to wet hollows in between our lovely drumlins. And you can see there that they've been really impacted by changes in their structure. So they've been infilled, they're being drained, they're losing their functionality, so they're losing the ecosystem services that they can deliver for wildlife, for us, for climate, for flood control. And this is happening at a local level to us. So as well as obviously these things losing their maybe carbon sequestration function, which affects the global climate, they're affecting us locally. Because if we're not protecting our wetlands, then obviously we're leaving ourselves with more eutrophied waters, more polluted waters. We're also not protecting ourselves and making our ecosystems resilient for climate change. But again, there are helpers. There are people who really want to see more conservation, more restoration of our wildlife, because slowly over the last 15 years, I notice that people are gaining an interest. They're starting to understand more. We're starting to go back to that Brehon Law understanding that we are part of nature and nature is part of us. And those old Brehon laws that imposed penalties for even just taking a bough off a tree or taking a bit of bark off a tree. So for example, an oak like this would have had a huge imposition or penalty placed on whoever had done the damage for just damaging a part of the tree, not even removing the whole tree. And in fact, I don't think there's a penalty listed for removing an oak tree because it's considered to be such a serious offence in Brehon law. They somehow understood the mycelium networks underneath these trees, how they improved soil quality, how they were important for wildlife. They had an understanding of that. So there's huge confusion now, is what I would say, from working on the ground. What and where is protected? People don't know. The laws are very confusing. The designated sites are very confusing. In Monaghan, for example, we only have 2 EU protected habitats. Everything else is proposed natural heritage areas. Everything else is not protected unless it's listed in the county development plan. Then who is responsible for ensuring which legislation is enforced? Is it us? Is it the Gardaí? Is it a ranger that we possibly don't have? Are there enough rangers? Are there enough ecologists? Who do you call when you have a problem? Who do you lift the phone to? Can they help you? You know, can you get the help? Do people know on the other end of the line how they can assist you and what to do? And does nature have an intrinsic right to survive? Do we as a society believe that nature has intrinsic rights to survive and to thrive? And the new Human Rights Convention that believes that we have a right to a sustainable and healthy environment, where does that lie? And what about nature places? What about all these hedgerows that are not really designated or protected? Are hedges really protected? Are they just protected for a few months every year? And what is the role of the planning system? So I work in a planning system. I know I have to finish up now. The county development plan, for example, there's not any guidelines on how you integrate biodiversity properly into your development plan. There's no real help for planners. Are there any ecologists in planning systems? No, I think there's only 1 or 2 counties have ecologists in planning systems. So then who's assessing them? How do you look at cumulative impacts? This slowly declining environment in which we're in, this slow tick, tock change. I mean, it's really quite severe and we're not noticing it. And what about nature positive actions? Can we not incentivize those? And I just want to end on this piece. And I was listening on the way down the road this morning. They were talking about this beautiful piece of music on the Belasket Islands. It was called the Port Napuki. And they eventually realised that the Port Napuki had been made by the guys on the boats listening to the humpback whale. And they realised that it had come from the music of the humpback whale, right? Now, this piece of music here that I'm referring to on the screen is Mendelssohn's Hebrides Overture. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know if you know it, right? And it was written in 1828 by Mendelssohn because he really was overwhelmed by the beauties of the caves and the Hebrides. Now they're writing music, using that music, dropping out notes to represent the loss of biodiversity in the sea, to represent the loss of whale numbers. Now, once composers were celebrating the abundance of nature, and now we are crying for its loss. And I think that's something really to bear in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shirley, and you're a beautiful singer as well. There's a lot to take in there with regards to the National Parks and Wildlife and then what it's like on the ground for the heritage officers in our counties. So You have until 11 o'clock now to discuss with your groups what you've heard, and then we'll have questions and answers with Andy and with Shirley after that. So see you at 11. have our Q&A, and I see a lot of questions here, great questions from around the room. So again, just going to open it to the floor. So please shoot up your hand. Don't be table 13 today. So table 3 here. We'll wait till we get a microphone to you, Brendan. Thanks. Oh, table 3 here. There, yeah.
How are you, Brendan? When seeking planning permission to build a house, county councils can require the removal of hedgerows and biodiversity in situations where it's not necessary. What's the reason for this?
So, Andy or Shirley, would you like to take that one about?
I'll answer that. So generally the reason for that is for road safety, for sight lines that they impose for coming out an entranceway, or, you know, so that it's for visibility for traffic and for pedestrians. But I think what should happen is that if there's a removal of a hedgerow required, that it should be minimised, first of all, which is often not, and it can be set back. You know, you can actually lift a hedgerow and set it back when it's dormant. You can dig a trench and move it in its entirety, and there are methods for doing that. And then encouraging, obviously, more nature on the site, the development site. So I think there should be nature positive requirements for all developments that are happening here from now on in the countryside. We can't say we're in a biodiversity loss situation and then not ask for people to do more.
Thanks, Shirley. We've 2 hands up from table 2. And did you ask a question yesterday, by any chance? We might give it to your colleague. Thanks, Conor.
Hi, my name is Tony. This is a question for Andy. What powers do the National Parks and Wildlife Service have to designate an area a special area of conservation? You could argue that maybe the whole country should be designated an SAC. So can you impose that on a farmer or a group or around an urban area? And I have a 2-part to the question. If you had the powers tomorrow, what actions would you implement from the 162 actions that you've drawn up for the National Biodiversity Action Plan?
Thank you. So we're obliged, as I was saying in my presentation, to designate at EU level a suite of habitats that represent the best sites to protect those habitats and species in Ireland. So that legal obligation is there, that each member state must select the best sites for designation. That's then when it gets complicated. How do you engage and notify the landowners and land users of those sites that this burden is coming at them, and how do they react to that? There's a right of appeal, obviously, in relation to the designation as it relates to their lands. But assuming it passes through that appeals process and is still designated, what can't happen is that that land then becomes devalued in the mind of the landowner or the farmer. There has to be an incentive there for the appropriate management of that land. And we seek all opportunities to get incentives provided in that way through the CAP strategic plan, through LIFE projects, through incentives to encourage better management of the land. So that's really, really important. Designation is not the end. In fact, it's only the start of the management of the land. So it has to be a prompt and a precursor to the next steps. In relation to what I would like best out of the 162 actions that are currently in the draft plan, I think a cross-government approach to the responsibility and the burden of the management of nature and biodiversity. As I said in my presentation, it can't only depend on one arm of the state. NPWS is completely committed to doing that, but there are funds out with our control. There's land that we don't own. We depend on sectoral interests across a range of government departments. So a national position at government level, but beyond government, buying hearts and minds in the wider landscape with farmers, with landowners, with people who care about biodiversity, citizens of the state. That's my nirvana. I'm not sure that's just one action, but if it was, it would be a great one to deliver.
Can I just follow up on that? Because it's a really good question, Tony, and I'm conscious that we'll have some farmers in next weekend that we meet up. And I've been trying to talk to as many farmers as possible. And a lot of them have said that when their land is designated as an SAC, they often get told, and that is the end of it. And they've said, there's no more communication, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And that's how the land gets devalued, because there's no management of it. Some of them are saying they got a letter recently, but that's the only communication they've had in years. Is that a resourcing matter? Is it a strategy matter?
It certainly isn't strategy. I think it's a failed experiment if we choose to enforce designation on people without dialoguing with them. I suppose the challenge is to be better resourced to do that better in the future, maybe accepting the sins of the past and how we did it imperfectly and imprecisely in the past. I think in future, going forward, if further designation is required, I think it will be expected that MPWS directly engage with the affected landowners to agree how this is going to impact upon them, and therefore, arising from that, what are the burdens that fall to them and what are the incentives and the compensations that would come.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Okay, table, now Stephen, I missed you in the last time, so I'll take that question from table 7. Thanks, Caroline.
Yeah, just from our table here that we were discussing there, and we said that in Ireland, how many biodiversity Pacific court cases were taken and the results from those prosecutions in the last 5 years. We were discussing the impact that pollution have by big business and like what's the result of it. Has there been any research done on it? Any correlation? So that's basically our
Okay,
question.
thank you, Stephen. And Shirley, maybe that comes to you in terms of enforcement. Is there any, what happens?
Thanks for your question. I can't answer your the specifics on that. I don't have the numbers on how many cases. I know that there have been cases taken at an EU level. So, for example, for not implementing like the Natura directives or the EU Habitats directives properly. But then there are the local cases. So there had been a huge gap in the taking of cases for like hedgerow removal and mismanagement of hedges in the closed season. There had been very few cases taken on that by the National Parks and Wildlife. I'm speaking, sorry, on your behalf now, Andy. But that increased last year. Not in Monaghan now, but it did increase elsewhere, and there were farmers fined considerable amount of money. Well, small amount, if you 6,000 euros in one case for removal of maybe a few kilometres of hedges. So there has been an increase in enforcement by the National Parks and Wildlife, but the message needs to go out there more strongly. I would suggest that who is going to bring a case to court? Who has the resources to follow through on the continuity of evidence requirements needed to go to court? Is there an ecologist that photographed the evidence at the right time? Have you got the maps before and afterwards? Are you sure who actually carried out the works? There's all sorts of, obstacles in the way for the enforcement of legislation, but it can be done, and I think it should be done better and clearer. But citizens need to know where they can go to enforce legislation or who they can go to ask. And oftentimes I'm not even clear on where to go or who to ask when people ring me. And I work in the local authority. And that's not because I'm not dedicated to my job. I have a wide brief of natural, cultural and built heritage. But simply sometimes I just can't, it's not clear. And I think clarity, transparency and ease of access is required, and I would be in favour of a specialist environmental court that particularly allowed for the quick resolution. So instead of a case sitting in limbo for a long time on the court list, for example, while damage continues to happen or while a habitat remains unrepaired or unrestored, that it can go quicker to an environmental court and the biodiversity remedy can happen much sooner. It makes more sense for everybody.
Okay, thank you very much, Shirley. Robert, your hand was up next, and then I'll go over here.
Hi, yeah, Robert from Troublesome Table 6. Apologies. Over the last couple of weeks and months we've been doing this, the one thing that's become to the fore for us has been communication, or lack of communications to all the different organisations. Questions directly for yourself, Shirley. How often do you communicate with Andy? And how easy is that communication? and don't look to your left.
Well, unfortunately, I've seen Andy quite a bit recently because we've been at the same events. But that's on. I don't usually see you.
It's been a pleasure when we meet, always. For me, anyway.
It's lovely to see you, Andy. But Andy as a corporate body, shall we say, and myself as a corporate body, so the MPWS and Monaghan County Council, we do liaise, but I would say not sufficiently. We liaise mainly because we've been running an EU project in Monaghan to protect peatlands. So Andy and Rebecca have been members of our steering group, which meets biannually. So we have been meeting about that project, and it's a north-south project. So we have also been meeting with our colleagues in Dira in Northern Ireland. And shall I say that that's an issue for border counties, is this shared island nature of our biodiversity. It doesn't end at the border, and we have a very long border in Monaghan. Like, a lot of our biodiversity resource depends on what's happening on the other side. So we have to take this shared island approach as well. But we don't see enough of each other, should we say, can I say that? At all levels. So, right from, we would maybe get communications from the department, but we don't have enough formalised meetings involving maybe more than me. You know what I mean? So talking to our engineers and our planners, and likewise, the different units in the department, because there simply aren't enough people to liaise with each other. If we liaise with each other all the time, we wouldn't get any work done. Do you know what I mean? So we need, there's definitely a need for better systems, but systems need resourcing. And Andy's a lovely person to meet, obviously. And he's a very dedicated member of the National Parks.
Thank you, Shirley. Now we've two hands up, Louise and Neves, and I think it's I'll take both, and then we'll bring it, because I think they're both kind of for Shirley. Yes.
Hi, I'm Louise. So this is just from the table. So can heritage officers flag, or maybe have the foresight to flag, species that have the potential to become endangered, and how can they plan ahead or plan for supports to kind of reverse that endangerment?
That's very good. Before you answer that, Shirley, I'm going to take another question, because we're may run out of time. So is there a table from question 10?
I'll just give this one to my
colleague.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ben. So we were interested in the point you made, Andy, about 90% of the land being privately owned in Ireland, and that being out of step maybe with other countries. And we were interested in knowing if that was a particularly Irish challenge, I suppose, when it comes to biodiversity. Would it be better if more of the land was publicly owned? Like, it might not be, that might just mean nobody's responsible for it, And so I suppose that was one question. Would it be better if, more of the land was publicly owned? And then the follow-up to that is the constitutional right to private land ownership a barrier to more publicly owned land, and therefore a barrier to biodiversity, or protecting biodiversity?
Great question, Ben. So Shirley, would you mind addressing Louise's question first about the animals, and then Andy, I'll bring this back to you. Thank you.
Sure. Because we work at a local level, we have been able to identify changes in species, because we've been doing projects or baseline studies through the Heritage Council plan funding, and through our heritage. We have heritage and biodiversity plans at a county level. So, for example, we're in our third one now. From the point of view of species, I know that heritage officers in the Midlands identified the swift population as being in decline, and started to do quite a lot of work surveying those in conjunction with Birdwatch Ireland, for example, and have now managed to get objectives into some of the county development plans that publicly owned buildings should have swift boxes and things like that on them, so that we can actually facilitate the continued populations of swifts in some of the small towns. So we have a role there. What I would say is that we could be an enhanced role. They've started to employ biodiversity officers now in local authorities. So just to say that the Minister announced 10 biodiversity officers, one for 10 local authorities, to be in place by the end of this year, which will be a great addition. And there's more planned, but that's really only the beginning, as far as I can see, of what's required to be able to continue to identify these types of gaps.
Just on that, Shirley, do all counties have to have a heritage and biodiversity plan, or is it just because you have someone who's very interested in Monaghan?
No, it's in the, it's not a statutory objective, but it is in the National Heritage Plan and the National Biodiversity Plan that local authorities should develop local biodiversity and heritage plans. And we have memorandums and circulars from the department, I think, to that effect as well. But there's no legislative basis.
Thank you. And Andy, the question from Ben.
Yep. Thanks, Ben. That's a really astute and well-posed question. The answer is, I think Ireland is kind of at the top of the table when it comes to land in private ownership, and very close to the top of the table again for lands of that subset that is farmed. So that's both a challenge and an opportunity. I have a colleague who often refers to the management of land in private ownership by farmers as being the porridge is either too hot or too cold, that Goldilocks analogy. So how do you get the correct temperature of the porridge? I don't think if the state took ownership of those lands, we'd have porridge that would be worth eating because we wouldn't have the resources to actually manage the land to the extent that depends on farmers. The question for me is how do we engage the farming community to work out themselves how they deliver porridge at the correct temperature through a variety of different means, through their own initiative, intuitive approaches, and through that scorecard approach that James mentioned earlier. As long as we describe what the outcome is, how they get to that end point is up to them and they have that control, but to reward them for so doing. So I don't look at land being in state ownership being an obstacle. It's just a reality that we have to deal with, and we need to get better at engaging with those who manage those lands.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you for those questions. Thank you sincerely for Shirley and Andy for giving up their Sunday morning to be here with us as well. We're going to take 15 minutes and we'll start our next session at 11:30. So stretch your legs and we're into the final presentations for today. Thanks, everyone. We're moving into our final session for this weekend. And this session is going to look at resourcing the state's response to the challenge of biodiversity loss. And we thought this was important to include specifically because it's mentioned in our terms of reference, how the state will resource its response to biodiversity loss. We can't answer that unless we know how the state comes to these decisions. And so we have two presentations for you, how our national budget policy works, and then another one on donut economics, which is a type of a different way, perhaps, of thinking about fiscal responsibilities in the economy. We are delighted to have two excellent presenters for you here today. Our first is Eddie Casey. He's Chief Economist and Head of Secretariat with the Irish Fiscal Advisory Council. Similar to the Irish Climate Council, except I think people listen far more to the Irish Fiscal Advisory Council than the climate, perhaps. Eddie is here with his little daughter Alison, and he came all the way up from Kerry to be with us today. And I just want to acknowledge that with all of our speakers, they are giving up their weekend to come and address the Assembly to make sure the Assembly is as informed as possible. And we are very grateful to you, Eddie, and your family for that as well. So please join me in giving Eddie Casey a very warm welcome.
Thanks very much. I'm delighted to give my time, first of all, because I think it's a great cause, great assembly, and I'm really delighted to have the opportunity to talk to you. So I'm going to talk about how budgetary policy works in Ireland right now. And there's kind of three things I think you need to get your head around, really. As it's a citizens' assembly, do we have any teachers here? Maybe put your hands up if you're... Okay, so there's three kind of ways to look at how budgets work. One is what economic policy teaches us, so the teachers over here. Do we have any guards, judges, lawyers? So, okay, you're going to represent what the rules tell us, okay? And then lastly, do we have any really big personality that's after emerging? Anyone with a massive personality that someone else can
There
point
are
to?
a few. I mean, we all know who they are.
Okay. We all know who they are, so, well, they're going to be the politicians, right? So this is the politics. And those three things combine to get us to what budgetary policy actually looks like. And none of them are reliable, I should add. So, first thing I want to say is, government's budgeting is not like a household budget. You hear this a lot in the UK. Politics wants to push it that direction. It's not the same. A government can borrow at way cheaper interest rates, and it can run deficits, so it can basically borrow continuously for a very long time. And as well as that, a state can always borrow in the future. It can always tax in the future as well. So if it's not earning enough to cover what it's spending, it can always raise taxes in the future. Now, there's limits to that, okay? So eventually people might decide the tax rates are too high, they're going to move away. Firms might decide to relocate where they have their businesses, and you're going to hit a limit to this. But the next thing is, a government has macro impacts in its decisions. It's not like a household deciding, I'm going to spend a little bit more this year, and it's for me. If a government decides to do that, it's going to impact all of us through adding to inflation. If there's already very low unemployment rates in the economy, they'll push up prices by stimulating things further. And if we're in a downturn, the government can really step in with huge firepower and push down unemployment if it's after skyrocketing. So it's very different to how a household budget works. And the kind of key way to think about how government budgets can become unsustainable is about the debt ratio that's built up. So this is the accumulation of all the borrowing that's taken place in previous years. And the government can have a very low debt ratio like we had before the financial crisis. So Ireland would have had a debt ratio of about 25% GDP, national income. And this is a good way to think about this. So I often show this to students and to other people when we're talking about the debt ratio. There's a lot of uncertainty around how a debt ratio will pan out. And if you look at, I don't have a laser, but you can see the green lines here are basically the uncertainty about how debt will evolve over the next 10 years. If you hit a shock, which is that line there, that shock represents basically what happens to the debt ratio when you hit lower growth or higher interest rates. And you can see it starts to rise, but it's not a terribly worrying picture. It's still in and around 25 percentage points. Now, if you start with a much higher debt ratio, 100% of national income, which is closer to where we are now, the uncertainty widens dramatically. It's about 4 times wider, the potential outcomes, for the exact same settings. Running the same budget balance, having the same growth rates, the same interest rates, the uncertainty around what will happen is much greater. And you can see the top line there, which is the most unfavourable outcome, where you have higher interest rates or weaker growth. That outcome is one which is considered an unsustainable debt path. And this is what the markets will respond to. When I say the markets, I mean traders of government borrowings, people that buy bonds, pension funds, insurance funds. They're the ones that will look at this and go, oh no, we mightn't get our money back, we're going to charge a higher interest rate. So, moving on. Technical difficulties. Here we go. Okay, so the interest rate on a government and what it borrows. If you look at the left-hand side here, going from 0 to 20%, this is kind of the interest rates they would have faced. Back in 1995, when before the Eurozone started, governments would have had very different interest rates on their borrowing. Italy would have had to pay a lot more on its debt, Ireland a bit less, Germany very little. Okay? And those dots show you for a given debt ratio how high their debt is. If they're further over to the right, they're borrowing a lot. If they're up at the top right corner, then they have a very high interest rate on those borrowings. Now look what happened after the euro started. After the euro started in 2000, basically all of those countries saw really low interest rates. It was basically accepted at the time that risks associated with government borrowings had really diminished. And we saw this continue for all the period right up until 2012, when the financial crisis had hit, and then suddenly people started looking at governments again and saying, hang on, there are major risks here. So this tells you kind of 2 things. One is that the market can be really complacent, and when we suddenly see interest rates spike, it happens very quickly. You can see nothing responding for a long time, but it can come very fast. So this is why we kind of worry about sustainability. Now, to the politics of it. Governments have a tendency to spend a lot of time in deficits, running deficits, okay, about 4 in every 5 years if you look at across OECD countries. Ireland is about the same as that, but you get the odd country that does budgeting a little bit better than us, New Zealand, Sweden, and countries that have lots of money like Norway from gas. And they tend to spend a lot less time running deficits. So why is there this bias, and what does it do? Well, first of all, we can see that if you constantly run deficits, and if they're large enough, you'll run up very high debt ratios. So you'll just add and add to debt. And that's what we've seen in the OECD over a long time span. Why do they run deficits? Well, there's 3 reasons cited, usually, by economists. Like, the first is short-termism. You know, they basically have a very short, slightly myopic lens, governments, when they're looking at things. Politicians have maybe a 5-year term. They're not too worried about the long term, but climate change issues might be down the pecking order. And it's more about today's issues. So think housing versus biodiversity. The second problem is a common pool problem. So everyone's pulling from the same exchequer funds, the same big budget kitty. All the taxes that you pay are going into one big fund, and they're all pulling on that. So, you know, being from Kerry, I can think of one politician that definitely thinks about the locality more than elsewhere, and I'm sure you can as well. Time and consistency. This is the other thing. So generally, governments will commit to doing very sensible, sustainable policies today, but when push comes to shove, they might find that actually it's a bit politically difficult to enact. A good example of this might be raising the pension age, which was decided on at a much earlier stage, but then when it came to the year of actually implementing it, they said, no, don't want to do this. And we can see the same. If they run big expansionary policies today, they might say, we'll raise taxes later on to cool the economy, to pull out that stimulus again, but in practice, it's very unlikely you're going to see that. So what do we have next? Well, we have the police, the rules. Or I should say the lawyers and judges as well. And what we have is a set of fiscal rules that try to constrain how much governments do this. But really, it's up to the government to run its own fiscal policy. It's not like interest rates that we let central banks do it. It's politicians' choices. And the first set of rules were very simple things. You can't run a deficit bigger than 3%, debt bigger than 60%, and they turned out to be way too simplistic. You know, so there are times when you should run really big deficits when the economy is on its knees and you need to support it. And there's good reasons to do that. So the second wave of rules said, okay, let's think about the cycle. If if there's a massive recession, we want to boost spending, we should think about, well, what's the underlying deficit, and worry about that more. It turned out they didn't measure that very well, so they are economists. And then the third wave is something we're moving to now, which is basically a spending rule. We're trying to think, well, what would sustainable growth of spending, which the government actually controls, look like? And that's what we're trying to shift to now. The idea is you'd have some debt target in mind that might be sustainable, and then a sense of growth in revenues over the long term, and we can grow spending in line with that. So in addition to that, we have fiscal councils like ourselves, which are kind of watchdogs that try to advise the public, give a clearer picture of how budgeting works, of the trade-offs involved. So if you run spending high today, you might have to run spending low tomorrow. If you have a pension age that you're not going to increase, it's probably going to mean higher taxes in the future. There are clear trade-offs involved and no free lunch. So I'm going to move on to the budgeting today. The government spending rule that it's introduced only last year is kind of in line with the new wave of fiscal rules that we're moving to. And the basic idea behind this is that Ireland's growth is roughly around 5% when you include inflation at 2%. And we know inflation is much higher today. So they introduced this at the worst imaginable time, right before inflation exploded. But the idea is that if we grow spending in line with this, then we should have sustainable budgets. And it basically means increases of about 4 to 5 billion over the next few years. That's what you would be increasing spending by. Now, a lot of this, and what they don't tell you, is that they love announcing on budget day massive numbers and saying this is how much we're increasing spending by and cutting taxes by. But a lot of it just goes simply to standing still. So covering the fact that you have more school kids, you might have more retirees, and they're paying those pensions. And also, it might just go to cover inflation. So the price of doing anything might have risen. Public sector wages are going to rise to keep them in line with increases in the rest of the economy. So these kind of things will eat up a lot of that. And generally, that's about 2 billion. So you have 4 to 5 billion, 2 billion gone already just on standing still, maintaining today's policies. So the rest then, the next, we'll say 3 billion, up to 3 billion, is divided out then. And that's where the big personalities, the politicians come in, and they say, how do we divvy this up? And where's it going to go to? And there's loads of pressures here. So the big pressures that we have at the moment over the medium term are going to be things like aging costs. We have a huge reliance on corporation tax. We don't know if those receipts are going to be there until tomorrow. The handful of companies are contributing the majority of these taxes. And it's now going to be, this year, the second biggest tax we have. So even passing out VAT as our main tax. And then we have climate change, which we know there are big costs associated with, and Sláintecare, health reforms that the government wants to introduce. So there's lots of things on the government's agenda, lots of things they're trying to cater for, and all big costs. And also housing, which I haven't even mentioned, but that's in the capital plan. And then the government doesn't want to raise taxes really to pay for these things. It's politically not desirable. And in the programme for government, they would have set out big red lines through what they're not going to increase taxes on. So things like corporation tax, income tax, USC, they don't want to increase, they want to cut. The only things they've really cited are things like the sugar tax, maybe a bit on the property tax side, but these are all really small taxes, and carbon tax as well. Whereas the rest of the areas, there's no commitments, or either, not even that, no commitment to increase, or definitely no increases. So the kind of key things to remember here are basically that, look, the budget is a complex interaction between different stakeholders and different interests, right? One is the rules, which are kind of weakly enforced, and really there needs to be a bit more buy-in for them to actually bind. Second is the kind of politicians and their competing interests, housing, health, all of the demands that we see day to day. And then finally, the kind of the fiscal rules and what they say and whether or not they bind, or sorry, the competing demands, political behavior, what is actually going to be the result, and the fiscal rules, and the economic policy. So yeah, sorry, the third thing was economics. So it's funny that I forgot the economic policy as being the third thing, when of all people I should remember that one. But definitely economic policy talks about whether or not it's appropriate to stimulate the economy now, whether or not we should hold back maybe to prevent inflation, and that's definitely the environment we're in now. I was told to mention the cost of living crisis. There was a protest yesterday, massively attended. And of course, it's the hot topic. I chose to leave it out because I kind of see this as noise in the background, and it's going to be hopefully a short-term thing. Most economists think it'll be a year or two. But this is another example of the kind of pressures that the government faces. It's always kind of being pushed towards firefighting. What is the big issue today? And I think this is kind of relevant for you guys. The discussion about biodiversity loss, is this going to be an issue immediately on the finance minister's portfolio when it lands on his desk tomorrow? Or is it ever going to be there? You know, you have to think very carefully about how you elevate these things to the discussion that's happening today. Thanks.
Thank you sincerely, Eddie. I have no idea about economics, but I actually feel like I understand the thing far better now. So thank you for that presentation, and I hope you're okay to hang around for some questions later, because I'm sure there will be questions coming in. Now, I am delighted to say that we have another economist, Kate Raworth. Hello, Kate. Can you hear us? Great. I'm going to introduce Kate as a renegade economist because that's what her website says. She's focused on making economics fit for the 21st century realities. And she's the creator of the Donut of Social and Planetary Boundaries, and she's the co-founder of Donut Economics Action Lab. We did invite Kate to come, and she would have, only that she had to mind the children because her husband, Roman, had to come and give a talk to our Citizens Assembly. So I imagine that their conversations are very dynamic and interesting across the kitchen table. But thank you, Kate, for being with us today, and we really appreciate that. So if you can hear us, we're going to give you now a warm welcome to the Citizens Assembly.
Thank you very much. It's really wonderful to be able to join you this way. And I should just say that Roman and I decided that on this occasion, it would be him that travels. Of course, it is sometimes me. I don't always stay home with the kids, but I'm really thrilled to join you. And I want to share just some of the big ideas from Donut Economics. So it's great that Eddie's just set out some of the really specific details about how Ireland is managing its fiscal policies. I'm going to pull right back, because I know that economics is pretty overwhelming for a lot of people. And I think the most useful thing I can do today is just provide a few big concepts that I hope help you think and listen and gather everything, the complexity of what you're being provided with, give you some frames to put that into. So I'm going to dive in, just share 4 big ideas about how I think about the future of the economy. And I'm going to do it like a good ancestor, thinking really big, long term of the future that we want to create. So I'm going to start with the donut, and I offer it to you as a compass for human prosperity in Ireland and in the world. What's happening here? Think of this as a compass for our future, and humanity's use of Earth's resources radiating out from the center of that picture. So the big goal that we're trying to achieve with our economies, with our societies, is to leave no one in this hole, leave nobody in the world falling short on the essentials of life. Nobody should lack food, healthcare, housing, education, income, social equity, political voice. Make sure no one is left behind below that social foundation. But at the same time, as we use Earth's resources, we know that we start to put pressure on this beautiful, delicately balanced living planet. And so we must not use Earth's resources to the extent that we go over that ecological ceiling. That's where we overshoot the pressure on Earth's life-supporting systems, and we start to cause climate breakdown and biodiversity loss. And we acidify the oceans and create a hole in the ozone layer. We destroy the very systems that make life work on this planet. So leave no one in the hole, don't overshoot Earth's limits. Live in that green donut-shaped space in between. That is where people and planet can thrive. And that's the compass that I offer. And I believe this is one compass that really empowers us all to think, what kind of economy, what kind of society will be in service to this future? If we can leave one inheritance for our grandchildren and their grandchildren. It will be a world that continues to work like this. Now, you'll see that biodiversity loss is one of these life-supporting systems. And of course, everything here is profoundly interconnected. So as we seek to provide food and water and energy and housing and healthcare, it puts pressure on many life-supporting systems, on the climate, on our use of land and water and fertilizer. And all of these have knock-on effects on biodiversity loss. So everything is delicately interconnected. And the challenge is that on a global scale, humanity is way out of balance. We know that billions of people worldwide are falling short on the essentials of life. In Ireland, I know that there are people, and you know them and can think of those situations where people are falling short on the essentials of life. We all are facing energy crises, food crises, there are housing crises, people living in poverty. So we need to get everybody out of poverty. And we are already massively overshooting our pressure on the planet, including on biodiversity loss. And I know from all the discussions you're having, this too is true in Ireland. So how can your nation, like every nation, find a balance that we've never found before? I mean, this is really a time to transform our economies for the 21st century and create kinds of policies and futures and businesses and agricultural practices and industrial practices that we haven't practiced in the past, because the past took us here and we need to turn this story around. So I want to provide these big pictures for how can we begin to think about turning the story around. So how can we do that? I want to share with you what I think of as the big picture of the economy. It's a diagram. Let me talk you through it. Let's remember that the economy, that space in the middle, that's the place where we organize to provision for everything we want and need. Our food and clothing, electronics, our housing, transport, energy. And we do it, yes, through the market and through the state providing public goods. We do it through household provision of childcare and caring for each other. We do it through the commons, coming together as a community. And we use finance in service of that economy. But the economy, it's always remember, is embedded in society. It's a social construct. We invented how we provide these things, and it's embedded in political, social, legal, and cultural systems. And as Eddie was just describing, it's a social construct. And let's always remember that human society is embedded in the living world and utterly dependent upon it. The living world isn't something outside, on the side of an externality to our world and economy. It's everything that we depend upon and survive upon. And we, thank goodness for solar energy hitting this planet, makes life happen and makes us able to provide. So biodiversity, and a thriving biodiversity, is the fundamental of the web of life, is the fundamental that makes life work and makes our economies work. We must protect it as a foundation, even though we sometimes see it as an afterthought because it doesn't usually come into our economic conversations, but it underpins everything. So how do we protect the foundations of life? Let's recognize that in every nation, we've inherited systems that are degenerative by design. The way we are farming and fishing, the way we are building our cities and heating our homes and traveling, the way we're shopping and creating industries and our lifestyles, everything from the past, everywhere, has become degenerative by design. We take Earth's materials, we make them into stuff we want, we use it for a while, and then we often throw away and degrade the impacts. And this is what's pushing us over planetary boundaries, and it's been running down the life support systems of our planetary home. We need to turn this around in a way we've never done in every sector, so that we are regenerating, so that we don't use things up, we use them again and again. We return Earth's materials to the Earth. We share and repair and refurbish and recycle materials that aren't organic and don't degrade. So this will bring us into the cycles of the living world. How will we do this? We don't yet know. We are learning and figuring it out, what it looks like in agriculture, in fisheries, in cities, in industry, and in the way we think we should live our own lives. Here's some ideas from around the world. Regenerative agriculture, an example from France. Rewilding, an example from Scotland. Bringing nature back into the city in New York City, of all places. And in Amsterdam, they're committed to creating a circular economy so that materials don't get used up, they're used again and again And this is an example of a district where all the materials that you can see there are being reused and refurbished and recycled. None of that construction material can be thrown away. Now, these are examples from around the world. And of course, the question for you is, and for your nation, what will regenerative solutions look like in Ireland? That's not for me to say. I'm not close enough to your context to know. But what I do want to share is these frameworks of thinking, how do we move from the degenerative systems we've inherited to creating regenerative systems in their place? So the last idea I want to share is a framework that I hope will serve you throughout the Citizens' Assembly for thinking of all the different powers that the state has. As Eddie was just setting out, the state has fiscal and budgetary powers, but there are many other things that we need the state to do as well. So when we think about how can we leave behind degenerative ways, how can we leave behind biodiversity loss, and how can we instead create regenerative future and thriving biodiversity? The state has many powers, and I'm going to just talk about them through these 5 design traits of a place. It's purpose, networks, governance, ownership, and finance. And the question is, what can the state and the society do around each one of these? So I'll just give you a few questions to really embed the ideas from each one. So the purpose. What is your nation's purpose, its vision for the future in terms of biodiversity? That long vision of being good ancestors. Is that vision ambitious enough? Is it known and shared across society? And will it guide decision making? So purpose, what are we in service of? What is that vision of getting into that donut, meeting the needs of all within the means of the planet? How will you articulate that in Ireland? Networks, so relationships, any connections. What kind of relationships need to be created for this to happen? And what can the state do as a convener, bringing people together? What new collaborations are needed around the complex challenges that you're looking at? And there are many powerful existing networks that exist, often holding in place the very patterns we need to change, the very old dynamics. How can they be counterbalanced? How can we recognize them and counterbalance them with voices from the future that aren't yet connected, but equally have a claim on shaping that vision? So what about networks and relationships? And of course, having a citizens' assembly is a powerful example of a new kind of network, a citizens' network. What will be the role of your voice, and how will it last over time? Let's move to governance. So what kind of regulations are needed? How can they best be enforced and monitored? Every country has lists of regulations, and yet why aren't they in practice? What will it take to get these actually practiced? What will be the metrics of success? How will we know that we're doing better? So governance is all shaped around these issues, as well as the soft governance of how things actually get done, the culture of decision making and putting things into practice. Going a step deeper, ownership. So how are things owned? The very sources of wealth creation, where biodiversity sits. Who owns and manages rural land in your country, and in what interest? Who owns and develops urban land and urban buildings? Who owns and operates the major industries? And what's each of their roles in transformation? How can the state bring them to hold that responsibility for the impacts they're having, the industry they have? And then lastly, finance. And Eddie was speaking to this. And I want to just ask the big question, because finance, we can get very overwhelmed by finance. It's quite intimidating when you're on the outside of it. It seems like it's a set thing that the rest of the world must perform around. But actually, I want to ask the really long question: how can finance itself be designed to support rather than undermine the living world? It should be in service. It's a financial service, after all. Finance should be in service to supporting life on this unique and delicately balanced living planet. So what can governments do to harness the annual budget cycle to serve finance to underpin the living world? How can subsidies and taxes be totally shifted from what they have often done in so many countries, funded actually degenerative practices? How can they actually promote regenerative practices? What's the role for public procurement when the government is actually buying and running public services? How can the government itself draw and spend in ways that promote regenerative design? And then, of course, a massive question: what's the role of private finance? Now, I've just put a lot of questions in the room. I'm going to put them together here, and I just want to acknowledge that's a lot of questions, and none of us knows the answers to all of them. But I know that in your room, you have people with such different experience, whether it's your professional experience, your personal experience, lived experience, or a real interest in different areas of these. And I invite each of you to become a steward or a champion of different topics here that you really want to make sure are discussed as you go through the process of the assembly, and asking yourselves, what still draws us back from the nation's purpose and networks and governance and ownership and finance? What still draws us back into the degenerative ways that are actually meaning we're losing our nation's biodiversity? And what already draws us forward? Because of course, there are good things in place everywhere that are already trying to bring about the new trends. As you ask that, say, what can we stop? What can we let go of? What is it time to leave behind? And what is it time to start to spread and amplify? How do we change direction so we start to move into the donut rather than pushing ourselves out? Let's recognize that every system is embedded in many other systems. So you've got the nation of Ireland, and within it, the counties, within it, the cities and the towns and the villages and the neighborhoods, and Ireland embedded in the European Union, embedded in the world. So there are bigger systems. None of us is in control. And Eddie was talking about the financial markets that are from Europe and the world that really impact us. So we can't control everything, but we can ask, if you were to put Post-it notes all over this, we can always ask, what can we stop? Because it's within our power, our purpose, our networks, our governance, ownership and finance in this nation, in our counties, in our neighborhoods. What can we stop? Because we can. And what can we start? Because we can. And what can we only do when we do it with the rest of the world? And we know that conversations like this one are happening and must be happening more all over the world to start bringing about the much bigger system changes that we need. So let me finish. I've shared with you a vision of a goal for humanity that I hope Ireland sees itself as part of contributing to meet the needs of all people within the means of this living planet. I've shared an idea that the economy is embedded in society, embedded in the living world, utterly dependent upon the living world, and therefore the economy needs to work in ways that work with life. That means we need to move from being degenerative and running down the living world to industries and agriculture and systems and ways of living that are actually regenerative. And that's a massive human journey that we're all learning how to do. We're late in the day to do this, and we must learn fast. And so we must think, what are all the ways in which the state and our communities and universities and finance and business and citizens can transform from our purpose, the relationships of networks, how we govern ourselves, how things are owned and how things are financed. What can we stop and what must we now start? Let me stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kate. Thank you for sharing those ideas and giving us potential frameworks to consider as we continue to move on with this work now as well. So thank you. And Kate, you're happy to hang around for a few questions in about a half an hour? Wonderful. I'm delighted. Thank you. So you have half an hour now to consider this with your tables. We'll come back to questions and answers at 12:30, and I'm sure there'll be very many interesting ones to ask both Eddie and Kate. So see you at 12:30. Okay, everybody. This is our last Q&A for the weekend. And thank you, Kate, for staying with us while our members of the Assembly were deliberating. And thank you for making yourself available for the questions to Kate and to Eddie and to Alison, who's busy with her sticker book over in the corner. So now I'd like to open the floor again to some questions, and we'd love to get the diversity of voices as well, even though we do love our big personalities too. So if there are others now that might have questions to ask from the tables, wonderful, great. So Connor has a microphone for you.
Hi everyone, my name is Jenny, and we feel that short-termism is one of the biggest threats facing the regeneration of these policies. So we have a bit of a political green card here saying we believe that the term of Secretary-Generals should move towards 10 years so that it allows change to happen within a better, longer cycle, and that the changeover never happens, like that it happens in the middle of the political election cycles so that it won't be influenced by politics.
Great, very, very pointed. Who would like to take those points? Or everybody?
Yeah.
Eddie, are you happy to go with that?
Yeah, it's if I start maybe, but Kate might have something interesting to say here as well, because I mean the term of a government is a massive question, right? And you can see other countries do it different ways. Italy, I think, has a Senate that would have a much longer time horizon than the actual government itself. But again, they're not getting the balance right. And you often wonder, is the nature of politics to get pulled into the firefighting, as I said, of what is the biggest issue today? I'm not sure there is a perfect system or a perfect term for government to get it exactly right. I don't know.
Thanks, Eddie. Kate, would you like to speak to that question?
I'll just add a quote that I love from the American historian Howard Zinn. He says, politics is what happens between elections, in the sense that, of course, the election cycle is massively important, but it's how democracy actually is held to account and alive and deliberative in between that really, really matters as well. So I'm not close enough to your political system to be able to talk about the specific length of terms, but it's about, however long it is, holding that account. Personally, I'm in a country where I really want an election right now, right, in the UK. So the idea of this government now being here for 10 years, so it's the quality of how the democratic decision-making comes about. And I think the rise of deliberative democracy, like you're doing right now, is a really important part of improving that quality.
Thanks, Kate. Art?
Just on the issue of the length of time of governments, there is no obligation on a government to last 5 years. It will last for as long as it will. I mean, governments break up. We have a history in this country of coalitions falling apart and elections being. We don't have fixed term governments. So we do have legislation which says that it can not be any longer than 5 years. So it might be something that you'd like to look at or perhaps consider, but the legislation, there's enough wriggle room there to allow for much shorter governments, but I think you might be looking for much longer ones. And the issue about the term of a Secretary General, I mean, it's an interesting one. It's 7 years right now, but many of the Secretary Generals do have contracts which have rolled over, and some of them last for considerably longer than that, because the age of Secretary Generals is becoming younger and younger right now. And after 7 years, to say to someone, well, listen, thank you for your service and off you go, when someone might be 45, is something to bear in mind as well, because we are losing a lot of energy, a lot of experience from when we lose Secretary Generals like that as well. So perhaps there's something else just to consider. Thank you.
I just want to add to oh, sorry, Eddie, you go first. Sorry.
Yeah, if you don't mind. I mean, the nature of the question is brilliant, though, because one thing you would like to see in terms of just budgetary policy is a much longer time horizon. So the government has kind of constantly flipped between, 1 year budgets to maybe up to 3 years to maybe 4 years, the odd time 5 years. But generally, the budget is a 1 year ahead plan. After that, it's not realistic at all. And what you would love to see is like proper planning in the civil service, where it's taking a much longer term horizon and having to force itself to really think through challenges that it's going to face in 10 years' time, 20 years' time. Because then things like I said, the aging of the population, it'll have to think about it today rather than kind of kicking it down the road. And same with biodiversity loss, same with climate change transition issues. These things aren't really being dealt with today, and we can see that the plans aren't costed at all.
Thanks, Eddie. And maybe that's something specifically, Jenny, that we can address in members' recommendations. Did you want to respond?
We actually did have a solution that didn't cost money to that. We were thinking that we should use the principles of agile technology and lean, and use the fact that we do have secondments, and where you have expertise sitting in the Department of Environment that needs to go into planning, that could be, so we push secondments more between those key departments. It doesn't cost any money, they're on the same salary. So, you know, the people at the top may change, but that you're allowing that expertise at no cost to cross between to tackle the issue.
Great. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, table. Is it 9? Yeah, thank you. There's a question at the back from table 13, and there's a question at table 4. So we'll take 13, 4, 3. Okay.
Paul is my name. A word that came up in our discussion here was the word growth, or growth, as some would have it. We didn't hear it mentioned earlier, but we wondered what it actually means. Is it purely finance or GDP money, or could the definition be broadened to include quality of life, biodiversity, other parameters, perhaps?
I think Kate will be the natural respondent to this question, but you know, I find this very interesting as well. And we often use GDP when we mean growth. It's kind of an imperfect substitute for what we probably think about when we mean an economy, society growing and thriving. The reason we use it is because it tends to be highly correlated with things like health outcomes and better education and things like this. But it's not perfect. And there was a big move in the last kind of decade by, among others, Joseph Stiglitz and Nicolas Sarkozy to push this kind of idea of a broader measure of how we think about growth. And I think you're thinking along the right lines. Now, hopefully, they don't have to be unrelated to each other. The big long-run driver of growth is basically technological progress and adapting and improving productivity, how we do more with less, okay? So if we think that's the big long-run driver of growth, and generally economists do, then it doesn't have to be a case of, you know, totally ruining the environment. It could be something, or ruining biodiversity. It could be that we improve how we use and interact with the world. And I'd like to hear Kate's thoughts on this as well. But I think if you accept that kind of basic principle that technology is the big driver of growth and how we do things and productivity, then I don't see how it has to be exclusive of other goals.
Thanks, Eddie. Kate?
So, yeah, great question. Thank you, Paul. The very big question, I think. And I'm going to quickly just, if I can, quickly just share my screen, because if that still works. I'm sharing a quote that I actually wrote out yesterday, because the UK government is now saying growth, 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 growth. This is a quote from Donella Meadows. She was one of the mothers of systems thinking, of thinking about the complexity of everything. And she said, growth is one of the stupidest purposes ever invented by any culture. We've got to have an enough. And when anyone calls for growth, we should always ask, and this is what I invite you, always ask, growth of what? And why? And for whom? And who pays the cost? And how long can it last? And what's the cost to the planet? And how much is enough? And I think those are really important questions. As Eddie says, yes, when people say the word growth in an economic conversation, they mean an increase in the value, the financial value of goods and services that have been sold in the economy in a year. That's what we call economic growth. And I'll agree partly with Eddie that it does correlate partly with health and education, but actually some of the richest countries in terms of GDP in the world do not have the best health and education outcomes at all. Think of the US and actually the UK. I mean, we are really have much higher levels of inequality and social deprivation and health and education outcomes than we should, given our levels of income. So these things come apart, especially at higher levels of income. And growth for whom? Whose income is growing? And at what cost to the planet, which is, of course, a big question here. So when I drew the donut diagram, which I'll pull up here again, here it is, the very purpose of this was to move us in our minds away from thinking that the metric of success is endless GDP growth, which is what I was raised on as an economist trained, is what we always hear government economists talking about or government politicians, growth, growth, growth. Nothing that we love thrives by growing forever. Think of your kids, they grow and they grow up. The plants in your garden, the trees, they grow and they grow up and they mature. So this is the big existential question. I believe that societies and humanity on this delicately balanced planet, we will succeed not by creating economies that try to grow forever. At some point, they must grow up and thrive. And so this donut diagram aims to say this is a vision of thriving, right? It's a balance where we meet the needs of all people, but we do that within the means of the living planet. And an economy that's set on growing endlessly will literally double and double and double. It cannot belong on this living planet. Now, at the same time, when we are in crisis, and when we have a cost of living crisis, and when we have people living in very, really deprived circumstances, we need to grow their incomes, right? We need to focus on ensuring we get those people. We need to grow renewable energy for sure and bring down the fossil fuels. We need to grow regenerative agriculture and bring down the old degenerative agriculture. So definitely some things need to grow. And that's what we need to start, spread and amplify. And some things we need to let go of and leave behind. So I'll leave it there with that thought. Paul, thank you for bringing it. It is, I think, the ultimate question of what is the shape of progress? And I think we're moving away from a 20th century that's obsessed with growth. We must learn now to thrive. And that's much easier said than done. And I think as a citizens' assembly, where you can step back from the immediacy of policy and pleasing the papers and pleasing the electorate with the promise of growth, I think you can speak to a much bigger vision of surely as a nation, our goal must be to thrive.
Thank you, Kate. A thriving economy versus a growing economy, and thinking about that differently. Now, we have two questions. I'm going to take them in a row, and they're from No Bias. Oh, there's lots more questions, but these hands were up first. Sorry. Was there someone from this table? From table 4? Yeah. And I'll take Edward's question then.
Hi, Patrick. We had great difficulty coming up with any ideas on taxation, but I think we went back to Kate's presentation on what's been mentioned before, that you have to put forward a vision, and with that vision you request the ring fencing of funds, and if possible in a long-term manner. Now, I don't know if that's possible within the current political setup. However, it has happened before, and it happened with education in the 60s. And it's happened recently with COVID, where funds were found. So therefore, we need to emphasize the importance of it and what the vision is and where we're going.
Thank you, Patrick. I'm going to come back to that. Edward, can I take your question as well? Denise, if you don't mind.
Hi, Kate. This is a question to you regarding your donut economics. And I really like how you structured and showed how the system, ideal system should work. But what concerns me is the outer band. Is it fixed in one place? Because we know that human population is growing, constantly growing, and we have to squeeze everybody into that green donut. Does it mean we have to then, as Hillary said earlier, control population size? Or should we figure out other ways of staying within that band?
Thank you, Edward. Now, I think it was table 8 and table 12. We haven't heard a lot from them, so I'm going to take those questions. Connor, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, everybody. We're concerned with the derelict and underutilised inner cities and towns. Do you know of any examples internationally where they have successfully regenerated urban towns, sites, and using brown land as good examples for us here in Ireland?
Great question, and we'll be looking specifically at urban in coming weekends, but we'll address it here. And was there a question at table 12? I thought I saw another hand. Great.
Hi, my name's Joe. So I was just wondering, so we live in a profit-oriented society, and it's informed by post-Keynesian theories as far as I'm aware. So I was just wondering, should we move towards, as Professor Richard Wolff said, away from Malthusian profit motives and more towards theories that we already know exist, and instead ignore the invisible hand, as so it's been called by Smith?
Thank you, Joe. You are obviously you are our theoretician, which is great. But we may need to pause that one right now because I'd have to read up before we dealt properly with it. But I might just go to Patrick's question first about taxation and how do we go about ring fencing a fund for biodiversity to put it on that scale of COVID's emergency, we'll get the money. Biodiversity is an emergency, will we get the money? Eddie?
Well, so one part of the question was, right, ring fencing, this idea that, you kind of say, well, can we kind of say there's a revenue here linked to some activity, maybe climate related or something like that. Can we ring fence it? The government is very unlikely to do that, right? You can see there tends to be an aversion to that in the civil service. And I don't know why, but I guess it's kind of, you're tying your hands, right? You're saying that we're never going to use that money for something else. They don't like doing that. They like the flexibility, right? But in terms of another way of thinking of it is, could you set aside a budget for these types of things? You could, of course. And again, it goes back to this kind of point I made about planning for these things. Like, if you have a long-term vision for what you want, a long-term plan, and you put in place very clear costings of it, there's no reason you couldn't kind of push the discussion in that direction of allocating that funding. The other thing I didn't say is that, we always talk about the budgets for the next few years. The next 10 years maybe might be even a stretch, but the next 3 years. We never talk about the money that's already being spent and the subsidies that are already being given for various activities. So the CSO has really good data on how much of Ireland's subsidies go towards fossil fuels, to activities that are kind of perhaps bad for the climate and environment. And I think that's something the Assembly could be thinking about as well is, well, what are we doing today as a government with its €100 billion expenditure budget and with its tax policies that are actually good or bad, and where do they fall in terms of Kate's diagram in terms of making an impact?
Thanks, Eddie. Spend what we have already might be an easier way than ask for more. Kate, can I bring two questions to you at once? So Edward's question about the growing population and how does that really work with the donut? And to your knowledge, are there towns in other countries where dereliction of certain areas has actually been tackled in a useful way?
Great. Can I add one thing, though, to Patrick's question? So there are things governments can do also that doesn't take money. So there was a question about ring fencing. I just want to remind us that there are things they can do. For example, I'm going to give you an example. The City of Amsterdam, they said, a few years ago, they said by 2030, there will be no fossil fuel vehicles in this city, no boats in the canals, no cars, no buses, no trucks. We're telling you now, we're giving you a long, loud, legal message that in 2030, they'll be out. It doesn't cost them money to make that clarity, but it sends a very big signal to everybody who wants to do business and live and work and move in Amsterdam. Over the next 10 years, you've got to change. You can do the same with banning damaging pesticides. We're going to have only life-friendly chemistry, transforming the economy. So there are messages the government can give now, setting that real clarity of transformation that sets in motion all sorts of other sectors, investments. So I just want to make sure that's on the table as well as thinking about budgets and ring fencing. Jenny said, what can we do without spending money? Those kinds of clear messages for the future, I think, are a really important part of making change begin now. So to the question on population, let me answer this one briefly. It's a really important one. Okay, human population, as there are more of us worldwide, it takes more energy and resources to provide food and health and education and housing and transport for everybody. So yes, this circle starts getting bigger and bigger. Now, planet Earth, she's not listening to that. She's tending to all of the species, and she's got this balance she's been in for 10,000 years. There is only so much carbon we can put in the climate until we shift it and we break it down. Only so much fertilizer we can put in lakes and rivers until we kill off aquatic life. Only so much water we can withdraw and land we transform until we destroy biodiversity. So we have to adjust to the reality. This is the ultimate reality of life on Earth. It's not in finance, it's in the metrics of the living world. Yes, it means we need to stabilize the size of the human population. We are already many, and we need to stop growing and we need to plateau. And that means we need to think about the size of every family. And the good news, this is a good news story, we know how to do that. The most powerful way to slow and stabilize the growth of the human population is to invest in child health, make sure babies survive the world over, invest in girls' education, women's empowerment, so that women are empowered to take choices over their own bodies, over their own health. They then choose, in country after country after country, they choose to have not 7 children, but more like 2 children. So invest in getting everybody out of this deprivation, and you'll find that family size comes down. And each one of us can, even if we only are having 2 children, think, how do we live? How do I eat? How do I travel? How do I heat my home? What do I expect? And what resources am I using? So we each need to transform. That's why we need our industries to transform, so that when we eat, we're eating well and we're not destroying biodiversity. So we need the industrial systems to make our own lifestyles make sense. Lastly, I'll come to the question about derelict places, and I'll give you a very short answer. I'm glad you're going to hear more. I was in Barcelona earlier this year, went there on the train. It was a great journey, and it was an amazing city. They are doing phenomenal transformation in that city. Now, it's obviously a major city, but they had old industrial areas that were just brownfield sites, old industries, and they're doing brilliant city planning, turning it into communities. They're bringing nature back into the city. They're building community in the city. They're building in social housing to make it affordable as they redevelop that sector. So I would definitely say, folks, look at what they're doing in Barcelona. It's very, very inspiring.
Thank you, Kate. We're going to make a note of that. And Joe, I don't mean to ignore the question, but I certainly don't, I don't know how to summarise it, and so I'm going to have to ask you to find the economists on a quiet moment, and they might be able to tackle that for you. Kate, we are so grateful to you for your time today and for your presentation, and equally to Eddie for coming up with Alison from Kerry. So thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you.
Now, we are almost ready, but your evaluation forums are incredibly important to us because it tells us whether or not we did a good job planning this weekend. If we didn't, we will change things for our next meeting. So based on what you say in your evaluation surveys, that will dictate how we go about stuff for the next weekend, okay? So put in your feedback as honestly as you can. So I'm going to give you just 5-10 minutes to do that, and we'll have our wrap up. And they're completely anonymous. We don't know so it's okay to say constructive criticism, okay? Sorry. Apologies. Your number may be at the top. As a group, we can do punctuality. I think that's going to be really important for the rest of our work. So thank you to all of you for that, because I know it's rushed getting a coffee or your lunch or coming down for breakfast on early and things like that. So thank you very much for that. I was also having a chat at table 6, the troublemakers. No, I'm only messing. But it just struck me that I think it's good to remind ourselves we're the first in the world that we know of, but we haven't heard of anything now in the last 4 months, so I think we are. We're the first country in the world to hold a citizens' assembly on biodiversity loss. Lots of places have done it in climate change. France did it exceptionally well, and there was a massive fanfare around it. The UK did it, but it was quite quiet. Roman was telling me this. And we had our own one on climate change that we know has had impact. But we're the first to look at biodiversity loss. And the questions that came up recently, like, why are we doing this? Why should we take the time if the other big countries are? Maybe we can consider ourselves a leader. Because if other countries around the world can look at Ireland, we may be small, but we've certainly got problems. And if we can say, well, look, we tackled the issues and we talked about them in a respectful way, and we found areas that we could agree on, maybe that will be an example to the rest of the, you never know, the rest of the EU, could be the rest of the world. In that, I'm very conscious that we shouldn't finger point at any one particular industry or any one particular government. And I want to be really conscious that for the next weekend, when we're talking with farmers and with people who are still depending on turf cutting, etc., that we maintain that respectful discussion, because that's when we can stand over recommendations that come out of this assembly. So I'm looking forward to that, because I think we did discussions and presentations really well this weekend. We had over 40 speakers from the floor this weekend, which I think is great. That's over almost half of the group. So well done, because I know public speaking isn't everyone's cup of tea, and it's difficult to do in a very large room like this. So thank you for doing that. And I imagine as we build our trust and that sense of community, that will become easier and easier, particularly when we get to the harder questions, I hope. So well done, everybody. Let's keep it up. Yes, round of applause. And hopefully the majority of you can come again to the next weekend, because I think that's where the power will lie, when we have the same people coming back. You've heard these conversations, which are really important. That's going to build on next weekend's conversations, which will build again on the third weekend. So it's really important that you are here, because you've been listening and you've been learning and you've been sharing your own expertise, your own personal life experiences. And there's a huge amount of expertise in this room, and I want to acknowledge that too. Now, thank yous for the weekend. Thank you to Matthew Ryan at the back and all of his team at the Grand Hotel for looking after so well. The food, the treats, we'll be rolling home by the end of the last meeting. And I'm looking forward to enjoying all of it, Matthew. Thank you for that. Thank you to Aoife and all her team at Quality Matters for the really important facilitation and note-taking that they've been doing all weekend. We couldn't do this without you, so thank you very much. Pi Communications for all the live streaming and making us look so well. And I want to see now, did we get many check-ins? But I think we did from social media. I think people, maybe not thousands, but people are certainly tuning in. And Sabrina and everyone at Q4 for all the media relations. That might sound pithy, but as I've said before, it's hugely important that people know what you are doing in this room. If nobody knows about it, nothing will happen. The more people that know about this, the more likely we are to have impactful recommendations. So again, go home, talk to your friend, your family, your friends, your neighbours, and if somebody happens to knock at your door looking for a vote in the next election, you tell them you're doing this and that it's really important to you, because I do think that will influence the changes that we're asking for. Thank you, or that we may ask for. I mean, who knows what it'll be at the end of the day. Darren, Michael and Lisa for the sign language interpretation for the whole weekend, and Tony Maxwell for the photos. Thank you to all of the presenters. people have given up their free time. They have missed christenings, they have missed birthday parties, they have missed important family events, and they've just given up, you know, whatever they would ordinarily do in their weekend to be here. So we're really appreciative of that. And the expert advisory group, or for James, the specialist advisory group, which I do think would also work. Thank you for giving up your whole weekend. They've been here since Friday, because we had a very long meeting on Friday. And so they've been here in the hotel, you know, thoroughly involved in this process and answering all your questions. So thank you sincerely to our group at the back of the room as well. And I think they did a super job answering all the questions that were asked of them over the weekend. Thank you for that. And finally, to the Secretariat, to Art, Tim, Cahill, Lorraine, Lorraine Kavanagh, Lorraine Sexton, Caroline, Denise, Deirdre, and Brona, who all worked so hard to make it look like there was no work involved in this weekend. And that's because all the work was done in advance. So thank you to all of that team as well. And I hope everyone can take a Monday, a little bit of free time tomorrow. Oh God, they've Dublin next weekend. Okay, well, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Okay. As I said yesterday morning, it's my privilege to be here. I really do feel so privileged to be involved in this. Share the feedback as you see me here if there's anything we can improve on. But I'm very proud to be part of this work, and I'm looking forward to seeing you on October 15th. So Slán na bhaile. There is lunch. There is lunch now for people who would like lunch, isn't there? Yeah. Yes, there is. Just in case, they can scramble to the kitchen if not. There's lunch for those who would like to have lunch now. I know there's a lot of people who want to get on the road, so drive safely or get the public transport safely, and I look forward to seeing you on October 15th.